I'll call the meeting to order, and we'll start um, as we usually do with the playing of O Canada and our Indigenous land acknowledgement. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us
Ooh.
command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Lord, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is our declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. So, just just by way of introduction, uh, let everybody know we had, as you're aware, we made a last minute decision. I made a last minute decision that we should move this meeting to a Zoom meeting in the interest of public safety, not good traveling weather for counselors or members of the public. So we welcome everybody who's on the call, and hope you're hope you're staying safe and warm. And we will uh, carry on as best we can using the technology that we have. So thank you for thanks to everybody who's for your participation in the meeting today. Um, we have all the members of council are present um, online today. Uh, I'm Mayor George Comrie. We have Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Joe Lamb, Councillor Scott Nash, and Councillor Brian Woods. We also have a number of staff who are assisting in the in running the meeting today. Our CAO clerk, Nigel Black. Um, I see we have we have our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. We have our treasurer, Jessica Sinkowski. Looking to see who else I'm missing here. I did see our fire chief, Bob Whitman, earlier. I thought I did. Yes, he's there. Um, and we we do have some guests for a presentation. I'll introduce them in a minute, but uh, if I didn't miss anybody there, we could go on and ask for a declaration of pecuniary interest in today's proceedings. If any counselor has a pecuniary interest to declare. All right, I don't hear any, so um, let the record show that none was declared. Our first resolution of the day would be to approve the agenda as circulated. Could I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb, seconded by,
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate if your camera is on, you can just put your hand up and I'll see you on the screen. If your camera is not on, please speak up and
Counselor Nash.
thank you.
Councillor Woods, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's carried and we have an agenda. So our first item of business today is a presentation from our Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center. And you have the presentation in the slides in your package. But I am very pleased to welcome the chair of the library board, Peggy Whale. I see Peggy is online, and also our librarian, Eva Fincham. And I think Eva's going to do the presentation, but welcome, ladies, and thanks for being here on a snowy day, and we'll turn it over to you. Always glad to hear what you got a progress report on what you're doing.
Thank you so much. So this presentation is on the history of the library as we are celebrating 50 years of service this year. So I've got the presentation up on my screen. Do you want me to share mine, Wendy, or do you want to go through the slides?
What's easier for you, Eva?
It's fine if you want to just keep sharing your screen.
Did you have anything else, or is this everything? Okay,
No.
I'll keep sharing then. That works.
Okay, perfect. So if you want to go into
Thanks.
the first page, I just need to adjust my screen so I can see what I'm on and I can see what you're on. Okay, so if you scroll down a little bit, Wendy. Oh, thank you so much. Okay.
Thanks.
So, library service in Whitestone began in 1973, actually, under the Whitestone Home and School Association, and they utilized portion of the portable used for kindergarten at the school. This library collection moved around a few times. It was in the basement of the community hall, and then it was in the basement of the Legion. And then finally, in 1976, council passed a bylaw, number 612, to establish the library board under the Public Library Act. And then if you keep scrolling a little bit to the next one. Thank you. And then on February the 7th in 1977, Council of the Township of Hagerman approved the building plans for the library. And so the building plans that you see on the screen right now are actually the library as it exists today, obviously a portion of the library, but parts of it are still exactly the same as you see in this picture. Like the bathrooms are still where they are. The study room is a study room once again. So that's our base of the library. And then the township office was attached through the other study room. So if you scroll a little bit farther to the next slide, in June of 1977, the township received a Wintario grant. And this, along with donations and local help, allowed the new library to be built. It opened in the fall of 1977, so a quick project with a total of 2,800 books, including a lot of donated paperbacks. The Ontario grant was for just under $9,000 to build the building. And then if you scroll a little bit farther, thank you. On January 4th of 1978, the township office moved into the library building, and the building was shared until 1997 when the township office moved to its current location adjacent to the public beach. And then these are just some photos from the 2 decades following. And then in 1993, the Friends of the Library was established to fundraise for the Little Library with big ideas. And this was a very dedicated group of volunteers who fundraised to purchase books, to help pay for hydro, all kinds of things like that. And then if we scroll a little bit farther, so in 2006 was our first major renovation, and it was we were renovated to add a computer room addition, and a ramp was built as well for improved accessibilities. The bathrooms were also made a little bit larger to become wheelchair accessible. And then here's some photos for the next 15 years. The space was utilized very heavily. As anybody who'd been in there in the summer can see, it was very, very busy and the space was pretty cramped. And then if you go to the next page, in 2017, we had a grant for increased accessibility. And so we had some interior walls being removed as accessibility laws have changed. We had a greater need for space. The deck was expanded and an automatic door was added to make more usable space within the little library. And then in 2020, this was the big one. The library was closed for extensive renovations and a large expansion, thanks to contributions from the community, the municipality of Whitestone, the Ontario Trillium Foundation, and FedNor. The library was at this point rebranded as the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center, and we are now fully AODA compliant. The major additions here was the portion on the right was the expanded part of the library, and then the rest of it was renovated to add study rooms and a meeting room, as well as an expanded children's area and a basement. And then, since we've reopened in 2021, we've loaned actually over 60,000 items, well over 1,000 programs offered, and just under 12,000 program attendees. If we include digital attendees, it's probably closer to 15,000 program attendees. During 2020 and 2021, we had to do a lot of virtual programs. So yeah, and I have more than 10,000 items available to be borrowed now, not over 2,000. So that's a pretty big improvement. So that is a little bit about the history of the library over the last 50 years, if you can believe it.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I will now open the floor to comments and questions. And
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Eva. I guess I'm just gonna say how proud I am of, I'm on the library board, obviously, how proud I am of Eva and Peggy and the entire board. We're very much a working board, and it's a very, very successful library, as we all know. It's the core of the community in terms of Dunchurch. And I'm very proud in the last year of some of the things, not to get into discussion on them, some of the things that the library has done in terms of extending their hours, which has brought in uniformity, if you will. And also the programming that we introduced in Ardbeg, which has been a tremendous success. That was done under a grant. So we're expanding into the community, which is something that I've wanted and the board for some time is to get a bit of an outreach, so we're not seen as just a Dunchurch sort of function. Also, all the connections that they have with the recreation committee and the school and whatever, it truly is a success story. So again, what started 50 years ago, I guess, carries on today in a very, very successful manner. So again, those are just a couple of comments that I have no real questions. So thank you again, Eva and Peggy, for attending. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Bray?
Yeah, I enjoyed seeing all the slides. Eva, it was great to see different people that are not here anymore, but that were really part of the library. And also that it was Frank McPhee was the Reeve, and Vince Meisner. Like that's was the clerk at the time. So great history, and it's wonderful to have it, and the services you provide. Well, I'm in there a few times, and I also do it online a lot. So thanks so much for all the work you and all the board have done. It's great.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr.
Well,
Mayor, could I ask a
Oh yeah,
quick
go
question,
ahead,
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Woods, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Eva, did you say, or I think I heard it, it was $9,000 grant from L'Ontario to build the library?
Yes, so it was built as a memorial public library. So funds came from Wintario from the lottery, as well as donations from the public. And that's something that we continued with the current builds. We've got the memorial wall, the giving tree,
Yep,
with the names of people who have donated over the years.
$9,000. It's a big change from what we have to spend nowadays to get things built anywhere.
And the fact that they built it in just a couple of months too is
Yep.
very impressive.
Yep. Well, thanks a lot, Eva. I like the work that everybody does at the library, and it's most definitely a valuable asset in our community. So thanks very much for the presentation today.
Okay, well, I don't want to repeat what other people have said, but actually, I do want to say repeat in saying that I think I think we're all very proud of. I can say that we are all very proud of the library, and you can see. By the way, I didn't. Some of this history that we heard this morning, I wasn't really aware of. Although I've been in the community for a long time, and I know the libraries it has a steep history, but I didn't know that a lot of the details of it. So, and I thank you, Eva, for that, for putting that together. I was just going to say, I think that the library, we all see the library as kind of the hub in many ways of our community, and it plays a very important role in just bringing people together and encouraging the socialization that is such an important part of Whitestone. It's interesting. Councillor Bray and I just returned from a Roma conference that was going on for 3 days in Toronto, and one of the presenters yesterday was talking about problems that a lot of people experience around loneliness and isolation and that kind of thing, especially since the pandemic and with the advent of so much communication technology, that so people are they're sending these short messages to each other and reading them all the time, but they're not interacting personally. And that's one of the things that the library does a really great job of. I thought of that when the presenter was talking about the importance of bringing people together in the community. So I think we can be very proud of our library, and I certainly am, and I really appreciate all the energy and creativity that has gone into enhancing its programs and allowing it to reach out to more people in the community. So, is there anything else anyone wants to say about on this one? If not, what I will do then is there is a draft resolution here under matters arising from presentations and delegations. It's that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the presentation from Eva Fincham, CEO Librarian of the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center, with thanks. I get a mover and seconder.
I'll move that.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor? There you are.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. Right. Our next items then are planning items. Well, kind of planning. First, yeah, they're kind of planning items, for which we would normally move into committee of the whole. So could I get mover and seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole?
I'll move, Mr.
I'll
Mayor.
move.
Okay, Councillor Woods, I moved, and I heard Councillor Bray second, I think.
Yes.
Okay, great. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash,
Okay, thank you very much. We are in committee of the whole as of, it's like 10:26 a.m. on my clock here. And we have two items. The first one is a report from our planners on the short-term rental bylaw. And I noticed, I didn't mention him before, but I did notice, I thought I did notice that Jamie Robinson, yes, there he is. From MHBC, our planning consultants, is on the line. And Jamie, if you would like to unmute
Certainly.
yourself and
Certainly, I can
yes,
take it.
great. Could you give us an introduction to your report, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, and members of the public. My name's Jamie Robinson with MHBC Planning. The purpose of this report before you today is to really seek direction from council. That's why we're here, and seek direction from council to proceed with updates to both the licensing bylaw that pertains to short-term rentals, as well as the zoning bylaw provisions related to short-term rentals. Just as a little bit of history, the municipality back in 2014 enacted a licensing bylaw to regulate short-term rentals. Fast forward to 2022, the municipality made some modifications to the zoning bylaw to deal with short-term rentals. Where we sit today is that over time, the municipality has been working with these bylaws, recently sought a legal opinion from the municipality's solicitor related to the functionality of these bylaws and appropriateness of these bylaws. Legal counsel for the municipality did identify some areas of improvement that should be made to both the licensing bylaw and to the zoning bylaw. And the effect of this report before you today is to really explore those comments that have been made by the municipality's lawyer and come back to council at a future date with potential revisions to both the licensing bylaw and the zoning bylaw to effectively make these update the bylaws and to make sure they're easier to be implemented and can appropriately regulate short-term rentals in the municipality. So it's really to seek direction from staff to move forward with these updates. I think that's an overview of the reports. I'm here of the report and the specific requests from council. And if there's any questions, I can do my best to try to answer those for you today.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Floor is open for questions.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, well, I just have one comment, and then well, I don't. I have well, I'll make it later. So, I was around in 2014 when we put the original bylaw in. We were one of the first, if not the first people to try to regulate rentals. And I've kind of lived with it for 10 or 12 years, which is the initial bylaw was really very hard, if not impossible, to enforce. So we really didn't. We dealt with it through our bylaws, be it noise or dogs or fire or whatever. So we've spent an awful lot of time and energy already talking about this bylaw and the whole meeting. We kind of went through everything. We kind of made some major decisions, I guess. One of them, by the way, in Jamie, in your report says we have to establish parking requirements for the use. I thought we took that all out in the draft that we had, but that's just a side comment. Anyway, I'm really wondering whether this isn't a solution looking for a problem. When our bylaw officer came, last month and gave her report, she had one call this year on short-term rentals. And, I guess what's going through my mind is, if we go forward and set a big regime up through bylaws and zoning bylaw and all this, we're going to really tax our bylaw officer with, going out and seeking 150 people or so that rent in our municipality, most of which, the vast majority of them rent properly and within all the rules and regulations. So we're going to tax that. The same two or three people are going to cause the same two or three problems. We're going to end up charging them, whether it's through dog bylaws or noise bylaws or whatever. We're going to, to get $1,000 fine or something, we're going to spend $10,000 in court trying to do so. And what are we achieving at the end of the day, right? We're going to tax staff with all the, collecting a fee of $100 a year, and there's an awful lot of work and regime put into this to achieve what? When in essence, if a renter's there in any capacity and they have a fire that's inappropriate, Bob's over there in a minute and charging them. Or if dogs are barking, or if noise is after 11 o'clock, or if light is a problem, or if any number of any other issues, we have bylaws to take care of all this. So why would we spend tens of thousands of dollars a year, in my opinion, trying to overgovern into an area that I don't think we're not tiny township, and we don't have the issues and problems to the amount that they do. And I properly think this should be regulated by the province, by the way, and not by individual municipalities. I think this is an area we shouldn't have been tasked with. But anyway, those are just some of the thoughts that are going through my head. So I really question whether we need this. And I know I'm not going to be necessarily popular with everyone, but that's okay. That's democracy. And I know there are a couple of professional renters that might be needed to be commercial, but I don't know that we could force them to do that. But I just see this as a lot of work and a lot of stuff. And I don't know, it's going to cost us one heck of a lot of money. Maybe more staff. You add these sorts of things, you end up with more staff. Anyway, those are, I guess, my comments. I don't think that we're in a situation, and I'll wrap up here, that we were many years ago where we had, two or three real bad actors. What tends to happen is they do it for a year or two, their neighbors get mad, and most of them end up selling and turn back into a non-renting type of situation. So those are just my comments, and I can understand other points of view on this, but I really question whether we need to go through all this. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Councillor Bray.
Hi, sorry, I'm on my phone, so this finding the mute button is a little tricky sometimes. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb, I agree with you on so many parts of that. I do think we still need to have some kind of information and knowledge of where these rentals are. Now, I realize that we only get a small portion of them. Those people go through, they get their fire inspection, they get all of the things in place to make sure that it's a safe place. I think it's becoming. We were one of the first to enact a bylaw. I think it's becoming more and more needed in communities. Not maybe yes, we can deal with these things through a lot of other bylaws, but I think it's sort of an overarching bylaw on short-term rentals that will help keep everybody in the know of what they need to do and what they can't do. And I think that sometimes that is important. I realize it's not very many people who violate, and it's those ones that need to be dealt with. But I think the other part of us having the license, and we don't charge very much, is just to make sure that we know when and where these places are. And I think it helps us as I'm going to speak. I know that our chief can also speak to it, but it also helps us to know that people are in compliance with the regulations around fire. Thanks. I'm done.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. So I know this has come up several times. We had a public meeting. I'm going to say it was about a year ago or maybe a bit longer. And Jamie, thank you for your report that you've drafted up and presented today in your presentation. When this has come up before, I've brought up, I'm not really sure what we were doing with it, in the sense of why it was the latest document that we talked about a year ago, why it had certain caveats in it. So I agree with both what Councillor Lamb said to a lot of part and what Councillor Bray said. We had a section in there like a point system, and you lost certain points if you didn't follow things. And I always had a really large problem with the point system because some of it was left up to staff. Now we have new staff in place since that was done, but it was leaving it up to what staff felt and what penalties could be applied, which I never thought was fair. You need, and I know Councillor Woods talked about it many times, standing operating procedures. So if we are going to have a rental bylaw, yes, it needs to be updated, but it can be a very simple bylaw, a small fee, a few things that are needed, basically, as Councillor Bray said, just to let people know it's there. And, if it's noise, if it's a dog, a lot of those things are covered under other bylaws. We aren't involved in parking. What people do on their own property, I don't think we should be involved in. So I can understand having a very simple bylaw, not with the point system, something that just lets the municipality know it's there and just gives very a few restrictions so that if there is a bad actor, something can be done. And I've said that ever since this started. It sounds like other members of council are saying the same thing. What are we doing here? But what I'd suggest is Um, Previous staff that had done it, there's the famous word that was used by past wordsmithing. What we had was a document that was cut and pasted from many different municipalities. We didn't have a lawyer really involved in it. We didn't have a planner really involved in it. Now we've had a legal review and a planning review, and we know we need to do things. But I think we almost need to, if we're going to do it, you start from scratch, have a very simple bylaw that has very few limits, but just a few there. So yes, you might know, you know, how many we have. It's $100 fee, just a few things to keep track of. Not a point system, not things like that. We don't need to be involved in parking. That's not for us. And I think where this could be addressed is simply done with our zoning bylaws. It might just be able to build into that. So once we've finished our official plan, the coming months, the zoning bylaw, I think, is where you'd input this information. And do you need a specific bylaw itself for short-term rentals? Or can our planner work that into the zoning bylaw, which we might be able to do? So those are my comments. And I just think we have to be careful in asking for too much stuff. Like, we have the dog permitting bylaw, for example. There's so many things. We talked about the trailer bylaw and why did we have a trailer bylaw that couldn't be enacted. And the last thing is we do have a bylaw, and I do think, we have to be able to give tickets when needed. We have to be able to have a bylaw officer respond as needed. We do have a new bylaw officer in place now, but I know staff is working on the being able to work with MTO and being able to ticket differently. And I think those are the types of things we should focus on more than a specific bylaw for rentals. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Councillor Woods, go
Thanks,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor. I remember when we first started down this review, talking about rewriting the whole entire bylaw for short-term rentals. That was what Councillor Lamb had said earlier. The first thing that I said was, we shouldn't be doing this. This is something that all the municipalities in Ontario should be pushing the province to regulate, because we're going to spend a lot of time and a lot of money, and through the process, a couple of council members have spoken to how we've, discussed the point systems and how heavy-handed they might be or might not be, and canceling people's right to be allowed to rent. And I know we have some issue properties, but I really do think that if we use what we have in our existing bylaws, we can tackle most problems that we have. Between our bylaw officer, who we do have a new one now, and from what I've been told by people in the community, she is very responsive. She shows up. Her last report that she gave us about all of her bylaw calls, I thought was a fantastic report. It was laid out well, easy to read. There's a lot of information there. And noise complaints, if she isn't available to do it, there's OPP calls. There's plenty of things that the OPP should be doing, but people don't call the OPP a lot of the times. And a lot of the problems around some of the short-term rentals that are problems for everybody, to me, is OPP calls. This is, I completely understand what Councillor Gray is saying when it comes to fire. Absolutely. But I think the one thing that a lot of councils, especially nowadays, I would say, my opinion, you're getting down to over-governing on things. Like everybody seems to forget that we got private property rights, and people should be allowed to do things with their properties. And in the time now where it's, costs are going through the roof everywhere we turn, if somebody's renting out their property for a weekend or a week or a couple of weeks a year to help them offset their costs of carrying these properties, I don't think we should go down the road to try and be heavy-handed and over-govern on everything. I'll leave my comments at that, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
I wonder if our fire chief, who's on the call, I think, has any comments. He's the one that goes out and does the fire inspection and makes sure people have, CO2 detectors and smoke detectors and all that kind of stuff. So he probably, from a visual standpoint and whatever, knows more than a lot of people. So, Bob, do you have any comments?
Oh yeah, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I do like probably 60 some fire inspections for rental cottages a year or more. And I have very few issues with any cottage renters. Most of them will tell you that they don't rent to bad people. Now, occasionally they do, but those people won't be back. So personally, I think you're trying to create something we really don't need if you're asking for my opinion, because I have very few issues with cottage rentals. That answers your question.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, well,
Mr. Mayor, could I ask Bob
Yeah.
a quick question there?
Sure, go ahead, Councilor Woods.
Bob, the inspections that you do for fire safety when it comes to a rental property, could any taxpayer call you and ask you to do, could I get you to come over to my place and say, hey, do I have everything I should have when it comes to fire code? Even if I'm not renting, I'm just living here, make sure I have everything that I should have.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we get calls occasionally for people to come over, or for us, the fire department, to come over and make sure their smoke detectors are in the right spot, or they have the right amount of smoke detectors. Not just renters. Nope. People that don't rent do that occasionally, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that was perfect, Bob. Thanks.
Well, I guess listening to this with some interest, and I do think we need to strike a balance between, the scale of the problem that we have and the level of regulation that we have. I think I'm not sure if it was our last draft or not, but one of the drafts of the bylaw was perhaps a little over the top in terms of certainly in terms of administrative effort for the municipality to administer. But I still think that there is some value in having a bylaw, and I would suggest that there are two things that are particularly important. The first one is when someone makes a decision to rent, to rent, who hasn't been doing it, or even more, when someone purchases a property, and we do have a few of these in the municipality, as you know, people have purchased properties which they have no intention of occupying. They purchase them as revenue properties, and they're renting them out consistently to make money, and thinking that, okay, as time goes on, the property will increase in its value, and it's an investment. I'll be able to sell it, or maybe one day when I have more time and money, I'll occupy it, right? But in the meantime, they're not around, so they don't have the same sense of, those people do not have the same sensitivity to neighbors and so on. So that seems to be where we get the majority of our problems. And by the way, we're not, if our bylaw officer is enabled by coming out and saying to them, look, you're offending the neighbors here and you're depriving them of their rightful, their right to quiet enjoyment of their properties by what your renters are doing, that may cause some of them to modify their behavior. But whether you go to court under the a noise bylaw or a dog bylaw or whatever it is, you're going to have the same problems. The courts are backed up. Cases are getting thrown out without being heard. That's a whole separate problem. So I don't think we can make this statement that, that we've got all the bylaws we need. I still feel we need a bylaw. And what do I think the bylaw should do? First thing I think it should do is I think it should make the public aware that there are some things that a responsible renter is responsible, because they're still the property owner and they have obligations to the municipality. So we should say to them, okay, these are what these are. Secondly, I think it should be people should be able to see what properties are being rented. And the third thing is I think there should be a limit on how much you can rent it, so that you don't have a continuous you don't have a property that is just there as an investment property, as I was describing earlier, and people are renting it full time for as much as they possibly can. That's not consistent with the occupancies of the neighbors that we have. So the likelihood of that resulting in inconvenience and disruption to the neighbors is one thing. But beyond that, I don't know. And I agree, fire safety inspections and things are a good thing. There should be a checklist of things that they're expected to do. We probably won't have that much enforcement associated with it, but I predict that we are going to continue to have a handful of properties that are problematic, and they will be, and people will be, if we don't do anything, if we just say, sorry, we don't get involved in short-term rentals at all, then folks will be continuing to come to us and saying, my neighbor who is renting his property doesn't have any standards for his renters' behavior, and as a result, and doesn't have any standards for who he rents to, and as a result, his renters are disrupting my peace and in various ways. And we do need something, even though those may not be very many of those. We do need something with teeth. And one of these days, by the way, we will end up transitioning. This is starting to happen in our area. We will end up transitioning to the administrative monetary penalty system from the provincial court, which will give much more. I think give us much more ability to prosecute offenders in a timely manner when we do have them. So, but right now the problems with enforcing bylaws are the same for all the bylaws, and it's a Provincial Offences Act issue, a courts issue, not what your bylaw is. Getting somebody who can actually get evidence and get a conviction is you all know this from our experience we've had. It's a lot of work goes into getting a deliberate repeat offender brought to some justice. So anyway, I don't see that as a reason to not
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm done.
No, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? I just can't remember. Do we have fines set for issues around dogs? Can our bylaw enforcement officer issue tickets for dog complaints?
I'm not sure I can answer that. Can,
And
is there
anybody?
somebody who knows for
I
sure?
think we do, Janice.
See, I don't, I
Brian
just
and I
don't,
worked on the dog bylaw, and I think there are fines, but I won't say 100%.
I just can't remember seeing any, and I can't remember seeing any for noise complaints.
A lot of times you can go, a lot of times you go and charge them, and at the end of the day, it's up to the judge, right?
Yeah, yeah,
it-
but I just don't know that we have them set. So we,
And I don't, sorry, I don't think if you think about the reports that we received from our current bylaw enforcement officer and her predecessor, we haven't been charging people with those offenses. What has happened is that they go to the person who's involved, and once they realize that they could be charged, they get a warning or whatever, and once they realize that, then they get compliance. And so I don't think we could go back and check carefully, but I don't think that we have any record of those charges being
but what
laid.
what I'm talking about are the automatic charges. Like if the chief goes out and finds a fire, a bonfire or a campfire, and nobody's attending it, he can charge them. There are
Yeah,
fines, and he can
there
charge
is a
them.
very elaborate set of set fines for the
But-
for the fire ones. Yeah.
But we
And
have,
through-
but we have no ability to do that under the other bylaws, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, we could take them to court, but there are no automatic. Whereas in this short-term rental one, we do have a list of fines that
Yeah.
we can use in order to make, and I, perhaps maybe the chief will disagree with me, but I do remember that once we started charging for things, that it improved behavior. And we have far fewer incidents than we did way at the beginning. And that's just my memory of from being on the fire department, that of the number of complaints of burning and things like that. So there is merit to having the short-term rental with the fines, because it's only going to be the bad apples that will get fined. The person who's renting and is responsible and gets a license, it's not very much money, it's $200, and checks to make sure they have their fire and all that stuff. The thing that was missing in our short-term rental bylaw, our previous one, was the fact that we couldn't enforce it. There were no fines. And now we've got a system where there are fines. I agree with Councillor Nash on the points. I didn't like the point system to start with. I think that's a waste of our time and effort. But I do agree with having the fines in place, because that way, then the bylaw officer has something to work with. Right now, she has no means of fining somebody for dog noise. She has to take them to court. That's a long process. She has no system for fining people for noise complaints, because again, she'd have to take them to court, and that's my point of why we should still continue. We should go. I agree. The one that came out was way over the top, but I think that it can be made. We can use the original one we have and add in the fines and things like that. And I think we'd have something that would work.
Yeah, through you,
Yeah,
Mr. Through you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Sorry, sir. If I could just ask our deputy clerk to scroll down to the very bottom of she's got the dog bylaw on the screen for you. Is that the dog bylaw?
Through you, your worship, yes, it is.
If you go right down to the bottom, is there a schedule of set fines? Or is that the bottom of the, no, it must be there would usually be the set fines would be on a page that's an appendix And I didn't notice as it went by if there was a reference to one, but
No, this is the
okay, there isn't. So just to clarify for everybody, so you understand how this works. Provincial Offenses Act has there are two systems of fines essentially. There's what's called Part 1 and Part 3. Part 1 are the set fines that Councillor Bray was referring to. And if you looked at the outdoor burning bylaw, it has what I described as an elaborate set of specific offenses, each of which has a dollar amount. So the fire chief goes and he says, you failed, you left the fire burning and didn't extinguish it. Okay, so that's an offense. Maybe the person had a permit, maybe they put it in the right place and everything, but they didn't extinguish it. So that's a specific offense. And the fine for that is like $300 or something. And so that table says that. So what the fire chief will do then is he will issue a ticket, like your traffic ticket for parking in a no parking zone that you would get in a big city. And you then either pay it or you go to court and dispute it, right?
What's this on?
The other Part 3, those are where the officer has to then lay an information with the court and go, and the court looks at all the merits of what the offense was and what excuses the person had and decides what the fine was. And that's a more complicated process, but under Part 3, you are going to go to court because you have to get. That's how the fine is determined.
And through you, Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
I think
So. Just there you go. See, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think both yourself and Janice have just made great points there, but I think we're kind of off topic. We're supposed to be talking about our rental bylaw, and I know we're talking about other stuff, which I think is very important though. So I'm going to kind of continue that conversation sidebar for a little bit here. And I think we have to look at ourselves in the mirror sometimes and say, we've had bylaw officers, and since I've been on council, I don't think we've ever given a ticket. We are, I hate to say it, a joke in the community when it comes to bylaw enforcement. We have a great new bylaw officer who did a great report, but we still didn't give a single ticket last year for people illegally parking at boat launches. What we like to do is let's give warnings. Let's give warnings. Let's give warnings. And everybody in the community knows they're only going to give warnings. We don't even have set up yet a system that allows our bylaw officer, if somebody's parking in a handicap spot, to write a ticket. They need to go out, see the car, then phone the OPP, and either the OPP will give them the information or the OPP has to come out. Since I've been on council, we've been trying to get through the Ministry of Transport, and I think it got sidebarred for a little bit for whatever reason, but the authority that we as a municipality can look up somebody's information and issue a ticket when there's a vehicle involved. We don't have that. That's one reason why I think we look pretty foolish on these things. The other one is we just give warnings, or, you know, a year ago, somebody might phone about a barking dog and the bylaw officer goes out 2 days later, right? And this all comes down to what Councillor Woods has been pushing for years, which whenever it's brought up, it's just forgotten about. And I have something coming to the next council meeting, hopefully on it with Councillor Woods, which is standard operating procedures. You get a call, you go out, whatever it might be, for a barking dog, any bylaw offenses, you have set fines for it all. You can first issue tickets, but there's ways that each item is dealt with. That's what the standard operating procedures do. And in there, you have your list of fines, and you also have a complaint form. We as a municipality don't even have a complaint form that somebody can fill out. What is it? It's your phone, and you can leave a message for the bylaw officer. You can kind of send an email, which isn't a really professional system in my eyes. You go to, I think, almost any other municipality in Ontario, and then simply have a form. You fill out the form, you can submit it online, you fill out the form in person. That bylaw officer takes that form. That form is given a number. It can be tracked. We don't have any of that here. And if we have all those things, you don't need the items written in your rental bylaw, because it doesn't matter if, and Councillor Wood said it and Councillor Lamb about over governance, which they're 100% correct on. Why should it be that if somebody's renting, we can issue a ticket for the dog? Or if somebody's renting, we can issue a ticket for the noise. But if they're not renting, we can't do anything. That's over governing on the rental people, so they just don't do it. If you're going to have a rule for something, be it a barking dog or a noise, it should be for everybody in the whole community and treat everybody equally and not just select people, which is what I've been pushing for ever since I've been on council. Treat people the same. So I think we as council and staff really have to listen to what Councillor Woods has said. Where is our standard operating procedures for bylaw? Why don't we have them? We need them. And it's just been forgotten about. So hopefully when Councillor Woods and I bring it forward next month, it'll be viewed with some approval going forward, that staff can really focus on it and we can actually start ticketing and doing these things. So sorry, Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me speak here. I know we were off topic, but that's kind of where it was going. So I just wanted to finish my little bit on that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be kind of quick. So I guess in summary, what we're hearing here, Jamie, is that if we have a bylaw, and I'm not against a very simple bylaw, that's what we're looking for, and not an over governance, and not a my personal, not to debate it now, but I think if we say, oh, you can only rent for 6 weeks a year, that's over governing in my opinion. But something where we can hold to account those people that are really bad actors and take them to court, not to overlap with other bylaws, because if we can take them through other bylaws, I guess we can do it. But the main thing here is this: after 10 years or 11 years with a bylaw, or 12 years, we've got 15 or 12 people that have a license, right? And there's probably, the firm we had in that was talking to this said, oh, there's over 100. My guess is there's probably 150 people in our municipality that rent in some way, manner, or form. And unless if you say, well, it's $100 a year and we're just going to kind of deal by complaint, you're still going to only have 15 licenses. You're not going to have 100 people flocking to the municipal office saying, give me my license, give me my license. So that's why when we were talking a month or a year or so ago, we were saying it should be a substantial fine if you even advertise your place for rent, right? And that would drive them to at least get a license. And that would then have the fire go out, and, Bob would go out and check everything and whatever. So I still just make that comment. But whatever we do has to be very, very simple. We're not into parking or saying, over-regulating private property rights, right? What we need to do is just simply protect some people against very bad actors. And there's only, in my opinion, there's only ever been 2 or 3 at a time. And so anyway, the only other question I have, and it's really of Jamie, and maybe I'm all wet, but as soon as you get into, regulating short-term rentals, does that give us a far greater exposure to liability than if we just leave it alone? I'm thinking someone comes and drowns, jumps off a porch, breaks their neck, those sorts of things. And I know you can't run around, you know, with insurance. We wouldn't have a beach if we were scared about liability. But does having a bylaw increase our liability or decrease it in your experience, Jamie?
Through your worship to the counselor, I'm not really the guy to be asking that question since I'm a planner and not a lawyer, but my observation and experience is that it doesn't increase any liability. I don't
Okay, thank
think
you.
it would.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, this item was intended kind of as a, I don't know, maybe a progress report as far as our getting input back from our planners. There's the motion that's in matters arising from the committee of the whole is I think is simply to receive it. But I guess I'm asking the question: do we have? Does this maybe the person I'm asking is the clerk? Does this discussion give you what we need to what you need to sort of move this along to the next step? Can we? Or do we need to? Or what do we do to move it on? If not, what do we do to move it on to the next step?
Through you, Your Worship, you'll see on the planner's report on page 15, he did recommend not only that you receive the report for information, but also that you give direction to make revisions to the draft and come back with a new draft of changes to the short-term rental bylaw as well as the zoning bylaw. So I think it would probably be in your best interest to give that direction. I think based on the discussion that we've heard here today, I think staff and the planner have pretty clear direction in terms of which, I guess what direction you'd like to go with respect to these changes. So, and I think that is a changed direction based on the last time this was discussed. So I think Jamie can confirm that that's all right. But I do think it would be useful for you to give that direction, which is the second part of that recommendation.
Yes, I agree. We need that direction. We've listened to the comments of the counselors today and we've provided notes. So any updates that come back we'll consider those comments that have been provided. So
one thing that did come out, Jamie, was the point system. I think several counselors have said, we don't
I have that in my notes. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
I thought that was over the top too. I didn't say make that comment, but yeah.
So we can get rid of that.
Yeah,
And if
I don't
I
think
might-
we need a point system.
And if I might say one thing, Councillor Nash here, again, Jamie, thanks for your report, and staff, thanks for your input. I'd made one point there when I'd said, if this comes back, is this not something we could do when it comes to the zoning bylaw? I guess on where I'm going is I'm not expecting, or it's fine with me as a counselor if I don't see this for a few months. That's okay with me, because instead of having to do a brand new update on our zoning bylaw, which we're already going to be doing, I think that would be the time to do anything, if that makes any sense to staff. So I'll leave it with you guys, but that would be my comment.
It's understood. I would suggest you just see what comes out of this review. If the changes are very minor in nature, maybe you don't need to wait for that. But if they're substantial, then maybe that makes sense. So I would say let's see what comes out of this review, and then you can make your decision on timing for implementation.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we can see I think Jamie can work on a very simple kind of short-term rental bylaw that might come back to us a couple, 3 months from now, that we could say, yeah, that's got it, or we need to tweak that or whatever. And then it maybe gets punted to the zoning bylaw because you have to go through that process anyway to sort of regularize it. But I think we need one more look at it once Jamie gets to kind of take all our comments today. And I'm very pleased that many of them are all of us are in sync on this thing, which is good, which is similarly to what happened on the trailer bylaw, right? We all came to the kind of same conclusion. So I think, Councillor Nash, we need to see it one more time versus just saying punt it to whenever we get to the zoning bylaw, and I'm not convinced that'll be very soon. Because we'll just be going through the same thing again, right? So those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, and I totally concur with what we're all saying. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
can I ask one more quick thing?
yes, Councillor Woods, go ahead.
I think it'd be towards you, Jamie. Under section D, where it says in the zoning bylaw, and it says define the difference between secondary use to a dwelling unit versus commercial accommodation use. So with short-term rentals now, people would be paying, or the federal government, I'm assuming, would want tax money on that. Would we, if we have compiled a list of renters and rental licenses, is that something that we'd be handing over to, upper tier levels of government so that they could use it to, see who's paying taxes on these properties for extra income or whatnot? Is that, or could we be, forced to give over a list?
Your worship, to the councillor, I haven't been aware of any such instances taking place in other municipalities. I'm also not intimately familiar with how MPAC, for example, or Revenue Canada would tax these situations. But if they were to ask, then the municipality would certainly have that information available based on their licensing bylaw. But that's more of an individual issue for folks to declare or not declare on their individual taxes, I would suggest. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the question. So thanks for the answer, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods, you want to drive the thing underground. I'm just talking in practical terms because my guess is, and it's only a guess, that many of the people renting don't report it to CRA, particularly those that rent for just a month or 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. And if they think that by getting a license that this information is going to be sent on to CRA, 2 years from now, my prediction is we won't even have 15 licenses, or we'll still be in that area, right? So again, it's just a comment. That's up to people to declare or not declare. If people want to squeal on them and get a hold of CRA and say my neighbor's renting, you should know that there is a system to do that, by the way. But anyway, those are just my comments.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like we've exhausted this one. Can we go on to item 5.2, please, which is a planning matter, sorry, I'm looking. Yeah, it's a consent, and I see that Patrick Christie is online here. The applicant is Sora, and it starts in your package on, I think, page 18, maybe. So, Patrick, do you want to lead this off for us, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can do that. This application is by Hiller and Peter Sora, and they own a rather large piece of property on highway number 124, just south of Swords Road. And on the north end of that property is a sort of moon-shaped sliver of land that has a separate pin, and at one time I believe was a separate piece of property, but because that piece of property was held in the same name, those two pieces merged. So this is a relatively simple consent where the applicants wish to slightly enlarge that moon-shaped piece to 0.7 hectares. And there's an existing highway entrance on that land. This consent will enlarge the proposed lot to include that entrance, and we have been in contact with MTO for their approval of that entrance once the consent is approved. Fairly simple and straightforward. Otherwise, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So, Patrick, can I just be clear that that would enable them to sell that as a lot, which they couldn't do now because of the size and not having the entrance and so on? Is that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the pieces have merged, so they are separate pins, but most likely merged on title because of being in the same name. So right now they could not sell it separately, and after this consent, they could. Just as a side note, the piece being severed would already meet the frontage allowed in the bylaw, but not the area, so that's to be corrected here.
And through,
okay, thank you.
Through you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. I guess, could I just get staff to scroll? I just want to see the next page of the report. I just have a couple simple questions, or maybe it's the next one. I think there's a map of what we're going to do. There, that was it. So Patrick, I guess my question is, you said something about 0.7 of a hectare, and I know this fronts onto the 124, and it'd be more of a rural lot. But what is our minimum size requirement for a lot? Do you know that? What is the Whitestone's minimum lot frontage and size for a rural lot?
To you, Councilor Nash, to the mayor, it is in the rural, it would be 1 hectare and 100 meters. So there is a condition to rezone this proposed lot to rural residential.
Okay. And the reason why I was asking, I thought it was 1 hectare. So I guess my question, I'm not sure if the applicants are on the line. Would there be any issue with just increasing the size of this lot to 1 hectare? Like, I'm not sure why, when I look at the extensive land that the ratepayer owns, why it wouldn't just be a 1 hectare size lot. Could you explain that to me, Patrick? By chance?
Through the mayor to Councilor Nash, I believe it's just they only want to make it large enough for an existing building site that they've located, and they have a potential buyer. I agree that it is a rather large piece of land. I just think that they sort of wanted to go to the minimum size for a rural residential lot, rather.
Okay, so if it was a rural lot, it would be 1 hectare. Rural residential is 0.7 hectares?
Right.
Okay, that's where I wasn't sure. And this would be considered, like, what are our requirements for rural residential versus rural? Do you know, Patrick?
I don't actually. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it is. I believe it is 0.7 of a hectare.
No, oh, sorry. I meant like, or even I think Jamie, our planner's still on. I just meant from our zoning point of view, when is a lot considered rural versus rural residential? What's the definition? Does there have to be other houses close by? That's why I guess I'm asking this question. So I'm not sure if staff can answer, or yourself or Jamie, our planner.
I believe I can answer that, Councilor Nash. There are other rural residential lots along the highway in the vicinity of, I believe that's in the zoning section mentioned in the zoning section of this report.
Okay, so that was my only question. Just when I saw the size, that was all it struck me as odd that it was 0.7 instead of 1 hectare, but you've answered it because they'd be going to rezoning to rural residential from just road. So thank you. You've answered the only question I had. And when I read the report, I see you have suggestions and I know whenever it was required, the applicant would have done whatever was required from reports or anything like that would have been needed. So thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments about this proposed severance? All right. If not, I guess we can then reconvene into a regular meeting, and then we'll pick up what we do with these afterwards. So mover and seconder, please, to reconvene to a regular meeting.
I can
move,
make that.
Mr. Mayor.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
So it was Councillor Lamb moved and Councillor Nash.
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Woods, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. I apologize. I'm sorry. And Councillor Nash seconds. All right. So that we reconvene into a regular meeting. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Did we didn't lose Councillor Bray, did we?
Nope.
It's on her phone, apparently.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know. Let me see.
I didn't see her, so I see.
Just let me see. Oh,
Yeah, she's on the screen. She's on the
Mr.
screen,
Mayor?
Mr.
Yes.
I'm here. I would love it if we could have a 5-minute break and I can now change from my phone to my iPad, which will make it so much easier for me to maneuver. Is that a possibility?
Yes, that is a possibility. I was thinking I would ask that at some
Can
point.
we deal with these two things first and quickly?
Sure.
Well, yeah,
Sure.
we got it. We've got this one motion, so we're 11:26 a.m. We are back in regular meeting. I believe that motion was carried. So the next item is the matters arising from the Committee of the Whole. And I have item 5.1. I'll just, the suggested motion is that the Council for the Municipality of Whitestone receive the report from MHP planners for the January 21st, 2026 agenda with thanks. And the suggestion was that we add to that something to the effect, I'll see if this makes sense to you. That the staff be directed to bring back to a future council meeting meeting a revised short-term rental bylaw. Apologize for the, I'm writing this out as I speak here. Rental bylaw reflecting today's discussion. So I'll read this. I'll read it out to you again. So again, it's and that staff be directed to bring back to a future council meeting a revised short-term rental bylaw reflecting today's discussion. would someone like to move that?
I
That
can
motion
move
with the
Counselor
addition.
Nash.
All right, Counselor Nash moves, seconded by
I'll second it.
Counselor Lamb. Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? If not, I'll call the question, and it's well, it's not really a planning item. It's, I think we can just have a regular vote.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. The next one is sorry, I am not finding. I will ask our deputy clerk. Was there a motion for 5.2? There should have been, I would have thought, right?
Yes, there was.
Because I'm not. I don't know why. Looking through everything that I have here, and I'm not finding it.
I can email it to you if that helps.
Well, I guess it would, yeah, because. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's fallen down.
Okay, Jake. I'm just saying yes to this motion. We're good to go. Okay?
Counselor Nash, your microphone's on.
Sorry about that.
I do not have that piece of. I cannot find that piece of paper in my stack of.
Okay,
Maybe,
do we want to
maybe
reset?
if you would, if I could ask you, all you need to do is read the motion, and we'll see if there's a mover and seconder.
I can read that. I have it in front of me.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, okay. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application number B24, 2025, Whitestone Sora, Hiller and Peter, and has provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the new lot receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that the newly created lot be rezoned from the rural, that's RU, to the rural residential, that's RR zone. 4, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid.
Okay, thank you. You've heard the motion.
I
By
can.
our deputy clerk, could we get a mover and seconder for that, please?
I'll move that, Counselor Nash. And again, sorry,
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Nash moves. Counselor Bray seconds. Any further discussion on this motion? If not, I will ask our deputy clerk to call the roll for the vote, since this is a planning item.
Yes, will do. Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash. Sorry, Counselor Nash, that was a yes.
yes, it was.
Thank you. Mayor Comrie?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Now, we can take a brief recess. What do you need? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or?
10 minutes would be good.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute recess. We can pause the recording, and we'll be back at about 11. We've had our 10 minutes. Councillor Woods, Councillor Dash, are you back with us?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
And I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Bray is back with us. Okay, great. We're good. All right, I believe we can turn the recording back on.
The recording is on, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's 11:50 a.m. We are resuming the meeting at item 7 of the agenda, which is our consent agenda. And I have a resolution for the consent agenda, which I'll read to you, and then we'll get a mover and seconder. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1 council meeting minutes, and they are for the special council budget meeting of December 2nd and the regular council meeting of December 16th. And then 7.2 council committee and board minutes. And in that section, we have the minutes, for the Belvedere Heights District of Parry Sound West Belvedere Heights board minutes for October 22nd and for November 26th. We have the Parry Sound Area Planning Board minutes for October 27th, 2025. The District of Parry Sound Social Services Administration Board, DSAB, for November 13th, 2025. And finally, we have item 7.3, on which is unfinished business, on pages 4 and 5 of your agenda. So that's what the agenda consists of. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. 7.1.1, the special council budget meeting minutes for December 2nd, 2025, and 7.1.2, which are the regular council meeting minutes for December 16th, 2025, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the 7.2, the council committee and board minutes, which are 7.2.1, District of Parry Sound West, Belvedere Heights for October 22nd, 2025. 7.2.2, District of Parry Sound West, Belvedere Heights for November 26th, 2025. 7.2.3, the Parry Sound Area Planning Board minutes for October 27th, 2025. And 7.2.4, the DSAB minutes for November 13th, 2025. And 7.3, the unfinished business listed on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda. So that's the suggested motion. Could I get a
I'll move it.
seconder?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you very much. Any discussion on those minutes? All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of approving and or receiving is
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Lamb, I didn't see if you're, let's see.
Yep, my hand's up.
Oh, sorry, I can't. It's not fitting onto my screen. I guess I need to give it a little more space here, but anyway, okay, thank you very much. That's that motion is carried. The consent agenda is approved and received. Next item, number 8, accounts payable. No. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $656,860.96 for the period ending December 31st, 2025. We'll move that.
I can move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. Okay, it's on the floor for questions.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I only have one quick one just for clarification. I think it's on page 60, number 37816. Just hold on here. Yeah, 16. Blitz Electric. It says Dunchurch Hall service call, and then with tax it's like $1,000. And do we have any detail on that? What was a service call to that would cost us $1,000?
I can answer that through you, Your Worship. I would have to follow up with Mike Huggins, the Public Works Manager, on that, but I can forward the details to council.
Yeah, would you do that? Because it just seems high to me that I'm sure it's justified, but I just don't know what that would be several hours I would think at the community hall, and I don't know what would have something to do with the sound system or something.
I think it was related to the tree lighting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to scroll through to this particular item on my other screen. What was the date of the call? Can you tell that from the?
No.
I would need to pull the invoice to see the service call date.
Well,
what do we have to do for the tree lighting?
What I can tell you is that there was, assuming that was back in December, there was some work which they went to do. There was one of the outlets that is along the fence line that we were trying to plug things into was dead, and we were trying to figure out if it could be reconnected. And it turns out that what happened was that was if you remember, there used to be a Christmas tree in the middle of well, not in the middle, but in close to the fence in the paved area of the parking lot in front of the community center that got taken down. And there was an outlet on the fence, sort of between it and the corner of the building, that was used to power the lights on that tree and so on. And apparently what happened is that the electric wires that run it into the panel in the basement got cut when the parking lot was being paved. And so, but I don't know why they would have charged us $1,000 to come and tell us that. I don't know, but they did come. I know that they did come out because of, in the thought that somehow or other that connection was still there and they would be able to reconnect it. So that's the only thing I can think of. I mean, it may be better if Jessica just if our treasurer follows up, but I think that's what it was related to. That's the only thing I'm aware of that they came to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Jessica, if you let me know or let us know how many hours were charged.
Mike's actually on
I know at my condo building that where I'm the president here, that we go over the invoices every month when we have a board meeting, and and again, I'm not accusing Blitz Electric of anything, but oftentimes what happens here is you get a bill like this, and then our site supervisor says they were only here 15 minutes or they were only here an hour, right? And that kind of stuff. And so we reject it, and oftentimes they come back and whatever. So let's just check the hours and then check against, if it is this, were they actually there the number of hours that they're billing, that sort of thing, right? But maybe that check has already been done, because I would think you would be looking at that when the check comes in as opposed to just approving it, right? Someone would have to sort of say, yeah, that's 5 hours and that's, I would think that's been done. But anyway, if you could just let us know, that would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike's actually in the meeting and he has his hand up. He can provide some
Oh,
more
okay.
context.
Thanks, Mike.
Worship, I am pretty positive that's for when we did the work at the Christmas tree, putting that new underground line in and those receptacles.
Oh, it goes back to that then.
Yeah,
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe that's the one.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not an unreasonable charge for the
No.
amount of work that involved, because that was an underground line from the food pavilion to a post which comes up. You can see it behind the Christmas tree if you look carefully, and there are proper outlets put on that. The last year when we had the first tree lighting of that new tree, that was just an extension cord that was run across the ground. It was a temporary thing, and so they put in the
Okay.
proper. They didn't have time to do it before the tree lighting last year, but they came back and did it this year.
Okay, thank you. Then my question's answered, so I don't need any further follow-up. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything other questions or issues about payables?
Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple. Be quick.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On page 68, it's payment number 3451, direct power generators, and it says Dunchurch Hall building. 367.25 was the total cost. And then the next one, I think they go together, which is why I'm going to say both at the same time, is page 72. And it's payment number 3467 for Mullen Heating and Cooling. And it says Dunchurch Hall building repairs to the generator for $25.99.85. Are we having a big issue with our generator, our backup generator at the hall? Is that what these are for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer the one through the for the hall here, if you would like.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so that was for the service for the year. So they come out, they change the oil, change the filters, make
Yeah.
sure everything's running right for the year. So that's for the community, or for the township office and the fire hall.
What's
Through
the
you,
other one?
through you, your worship.
Go ahead.
I was going to say we had some work done to the one at the community center. We had to put some new lines in and some protection around it. We had an inspection from the propane company, and they gave us a list of stuff that needed to be done before we lost before it had to be inspected again before they would fill our tank. And there was a bunch of little things that needed to be done to the generator itself for all the propane hookups. And that's what the bigger bill is.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, did we ever determine, and again, this is sort of a sidebar. I know we talked about the capital budget and the 70,000 and that was put in for power at the Rhodes Garage. We have a generator at the community hall. We also have an underground system that goes under the highway that we put in when we did the library. Are we able to hook the generator from the community hall over to the library so that the library could have generator power in a power outage? Has anyone checked that out, or is that on someone's list to check out?
Okay, I can answer that. That is a question that I asked because I thought that it might be possible. And our previous manager of public works had the electricians at the time that work was being done to put the lines underneath the highway, put the conduits under the highway, check to see. And they responded and said, no, there is not enough capacity left on the generator in the community center. I will say I did not personally verified that information myself independently, but that was what they said at the time. And so our thought was that there should be, the library has its own, natural gas, it has its own propane tank and everything and so on. So it would be, it would be, a sort of a residential class generator, but the thought, that's how we ended up with the thought that it should also have its own emergency power, because it being the library, because the library is it's actually our
Cooling
sort of
center.
number one command center in an emergency, according to the current plan.
It's also a cooling session
Yeah, it's
but could someone please recheck that with whoever we need to, Blitz or whoever checks that, to see that that what we're talking about here is factual? Like, just say, can we use it again? Maybe it's that simple, right? So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
excuse
I'm
me
glad.
just for a second, because I wouldn't think that the community hall, well, would draw a lot of power in a power outage, but maybe I'm wrong. But just recheck it, because it may be just as simple as hooking it up, right, as opposed to paying for a new generator. Anyway, thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree with Councillor Lamb more. We were actually speaking about that about a week ago or so, about, why couldn't the library possibly be hooked up to the community center? And I'd also agree with what Councillor Lamb had said there. And we just double check, because I would assume, for a standby generator, the community center, I don't think you're going to have a lot of items running all at once in the case of an emergency. And the library, I don't think, draws a lot of power. So I'm sure there's a way that we could do it. And if it is having to put another line under the highway, it might be cheaper than a $15,000 generator. So hopefully the Works Department can bring something back to us on that. And then just the one other thing I had on the generators that were spoken about when Councillor Woods brought it up. And I understand from what the works manager said, we had to come in, or the contractor had to come in and do some work to bring it up to code for the propane company. And I'd be surprised, like, it doesn't surprise me, but I'm surprised, because a lot of these units aren't that old, and I'm surprised they wouldn't have been installed to the code at the time, and only, I'm going to call it several years later, we're having to have more work done because something wasn't installed to specs at the time or something. So I'm glad the work got done. Just a point I want to make. Thank you.
I don't know if see my list. Mike, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am.
I thought you might want to comment further. I didn't get from what you said that the issues that they wanted corrected before refilling the tank were code violations. They were conditions of the gas lines. No, am I right or wrong?
You're correct. There were some gas line issues, and I'd have to dig through here and get the invoice out, but it was one of the valves that goes into the generator itself needed to be replaced, or something to do with the line too. And the plastic coatings around the lines had to be updated. There was a couple without that protective coating around it, so they had to be replaced. And while I'm talking, when I'm talking to the fellow about the generators for the shop, I will question him about hooking the library up to the one at the community center also, just for to get what his opinion would be on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth asking the question. It would be cheaper. And I think I thought at the time when we ran those lines under the highway, and we don't have to run more conduit under the highway. That's not the issue. Just keep in mind that the library, those conduits, they go under the highway and they come almost up to the basement wall of the east part of the library, but they do not go through the wall. So in order to connect them, other than the one that is used for drainage of water from the north side to the south side of the highway, they're not connected to anything. So they would have to be put through the wall and terminated in the case of an electrical supply. There still would have to be a transfer switch and a chunk of wiring. So you wouldn't need the generator itself if the answer is yes, it's possible to do that, but it's still a chunk of work that's left to be done, right? To put it, to connect it all up to the existing system.
Yeah,
So-
Mr. Mayor, I always thought that it only went to the middle of the lawn.
That's right.
Yeah, it doesn't go to the basement, or it's sitting right in the middle of the lawn. So why they didn't take it right to the basement wall is beyond me, but anyway.
Well, I asked that question at the time, but anyway. Okay, so anything else about payables? If not, could we have a vote, please, to receive the report? I'm looking for, as I can see, Councillor Bray.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's number 8. So that brings us to some staff reports. And number 9 is a report from our CAO clerk on what's the right word? Strategic plan, an update on strategic plan initiatives. I will, well, let's get it on the, we're not in committee of the whole anymore. Let's get this item on the floor for discussion first. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality receive for information report admin-2026-01, Municipality of Whitestone Strategic Plan, approved September 19th, 2023-2025, update on action plans. Mover and seconder?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood, seconded by
I can second.
Thank you, Councillor Now. Okay, now I will ask our CAO clerk if he would like to introduce his report, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, this report, as Council's aware, you adopted a strategic plan back in September of 2023. Since then, I think you've had periodic updates, generally yearly. I don't believe one was done in early 2025, given that you had a fair amount of staff turnover at the time, so no one was particularly familiar with the document or the update. So I think what I've done is just tried to go through the document and provide an update on the status of each item as of December 2025, and also any direction that I would foresee happening in 2026. I don't know if you want me to go through them page by page. I don't think you probably do, but I wanted you to have it for information, so that you could either see the update and or give some new direction with respect to any of those items, so that we can undertake to do any of that new direction in 2026. I think we've made some progress. Obviously, we've had some challenge given the turnover, but I do think we are making progress, and we are on track to make some additional progress in 2026. So the report's there, the updates are there. If you have any questions, comments, I'd be interested in hearing them, and I'd try and answer any that do come up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, this is a very important document. And, we spent a lot of time on it in our first year on council, and that's one of our achievements here. And, I keep saying to people when they bring up questions, we do have a strategic plan, take a look at it and that sort of thing. But oftentimes you do all the work on it and it kind of gets shoved to the side. And we did have a couple of updates from the previous CAO. Nigel, you did a very good job on this document, and thank you very much. It's very useful, but it does teach me that there's a lot of stuff we said we were going to do that staff turnover and other reasons we haven't done. For instance, consult the agricultural people and the business people in our community and talk with them on their needs and things like that. But anyway, I have a half a dozen things or so that I have, but of course they're in section 1, 2, mostly 1, 2, and 3. So I would suggest that we approach this to say, who has anything under number 1, who has anything under number 2, who has not anything under number 3, and then we make our comments and go from there. And that's probably the most efficient way to do this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think that's a good idea if we just go down. I realize it's a fairly long list here, but if we can go through maybe fairly quickly and just highlight things that are anything under the the high level of, let's do it this way, the high level objective. The first one was communication. That's number 1. And there are several sections under there. Who has something they want to talk about under communication?
Well, I
Mr.
do.
Mayor?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure we'll probably have the same one, Councillor Lamb, for this one. 1.2.7, because we've talked about this for years. The council report card. That was one that jumped out to me. I think that's something that it's important for us to get accomplished. And I know Councillor Lamb's brought that up a lot in the past.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could speak to that.
Go ahead.
Way back, either on my first term or second, but I think on my first term of council, we did a council report card, but we did it like a year and a half or 2 years into our term, right? I think it's difficult to do in the 4th year of a term. And there has to be some rigor to it that goes beyond what we did before, where it was just comments and a few people said, yeah, it's good and whatever. Actually, the report card ended up on that council as very good. Like some people were even saying, why do we need an election, right? But I think it's difficult given, and again, I don't want to overstress, but it's an election year and it's so I think we've missed the boat in terms of timing on this thing. And there was no rigor back then to say, one person couldn't go on and respond 10 times and that sort of thing. And it was anonymous, I think, and someone outside the community could respond. So, if you're going to do this sort of thing, it takes more than what we did last time. And I would caution that probably in the 4th year of council, it's good or bad, not the right thing right thing to do. So that's just my input, Councillor Woods. But you're right, I have brought that up several times, and I think the new council, when it comes in next year, has to do the same thing, but do it after a year and a half of being in council, or 2 years, and at that time versus, you know, 6 or 8 months from an election, right? So that's just my comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other,
I had one of 1.2.6. Where is it here? And again, this is what I talked about, town hall meetings or whatever. We did say that we were going to meet with agricultural people particularly, but also business leaders, and have a kind of a town hall on, you know, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, what they need from us as a council, those sorts of things. And I still think we could do that. We could do it in the spring, right? And if no one shows up, that usually is indicative that you're doing a good job. But if people come out and have input, so I would hope we could still do it. But you know, I leave that to others. But that to me was an important initiative. I know Councillor Bray talked to this also in terms of the agricultural, you know, input and that sort of thing. So I don't know whether we can action that in this year, or whether it's too much to do or whatever. So that's my comment on that one. And I also had down the council report card. So anyway.
any other comments about the town hall meetings?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had town hall meetings also looked at to say that, you know, we dropped the ball on getting this going. And I think that I agree with Councillor Lamb that there is the possibility we could do at least one in the spring, but I think this is something that really needs to be on the next council's agenda so that it doesn't get left till the last year and then making it more difficult to really assist the business community and the agricultural community in whatever we as council can do to help out.
I think through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we could do both, Janice, at the same time, right?
Yeah.
You know, have one meeting versus two meetings, right?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I guess my original thought about this, and I mentioned this when I talked about the last time I spoke about economic development, which was a while ago, but I think, you know, there are a few, and I probably would not do them all. I try to do them in the whole big subject in one in one town hall meeting. I think agriculture by itself is a worthy subject, but in any case, you know, better just start with something and then nothing, which is what we haven't addressed it so far, and I think we should, and I think we should focus in on, you know, I guess my point is I'm agreeing that we have neglected to consult with our businesses in general, and I think it is important for us to reach out to groups of folks who are involved in different kinds of activities and find out what they, you know, what they might need from. I'm just trying to understand what issues they're facing and what, you know, what we might need to do. And again, I'll just comment that one of the, you know, we just came back from Roma, as I said earlier in the day, and you'll see that there were individuals in the various sessions and so on at that meeting saying in my community, we have, our farms are facing this particular issue, or our businesses in a particular sector are facing this particular issue, and they are asking the provincial government, not necessarily always successfully, of course, but they're asking them to trying to raise this as perhaps a more general problem than just limited to one municipality, and trying to see if the government would create some policy or provide some funding or do something, right? So this is if we understand what our folks need, an example. I'll give you a really simple example. The folks who raise animals in the municipality have trouble getting abattoir capacity to turn their animals into meat. And that's been a long-standing problem. You talk to the farmers, that's been a long-standing problem in the area for some time. And what's happening is they're having to ship the animals further and further to get them processed. So that's a thing that we should probably be looking as an active, as a facilitation to try to make that happen. So anyway, I don't want to get too far off. I had another one, which we've been kind of past it. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but there are references in there to our website. There is still, in my opinion, quite a bit of material that should be on the website that is not. I'm talking about reference material of one kind or another. And sometimes when I say to staff, I can't find this thing, and they'll say to me, oh, well, here it is. But, I'm a fairly computer savvy person, and I sometimes have difficulty finding where things are that are there. And then I have trouble finding some of the things that I'm looking for aren't there. And
Here.
I think there is some effort needed to that, to address that, trying to figure out trying to get more of our documentation, I'll call it, on, and make it where it can be, make sure that it's easy to find. Like the search function often doesn't give you what you want. If you don't know where it is, you end up paging back and forth a lot through the website structure trying to find it. So those are my comment. Those are, I think, all my comments about this section.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree more with respect to the website. When we said we wanted to put something out about algae and whatever, and I'd have a call from someone and say, well, you have to go, here to there, then click there, and then click over there, then the third thing over, if you swipe, there's the algae thing. Well, no one's doing that except very, very people who are very into the community and in the sense of this sort of thing, and are computer savvy and can do that sort of thing. I find it very difficult. So all I'm saying is I agree with you. I think section 1.3, review and update the communication strategy. I would like us to do that. But again, I don't want to overload staff. We've already talked about, official plans, zoning bylaws, and that sort of thing. But if we can do it, I would like someone on staff to bring a report forward to say, here's what we're doing, here's where we can improve, we've got a lot of stuff in here on communication, but I don't think that the communication policy, it was last reviewed in January 2022. So in 3 years, there's a lot of stuff that's changed, right? So anyway, that's just a comment. So that's up to staff. It's because it says timing to be determined. I'd like to see us do it, but I don't, the priority of that, I guess there's other things that come in priority, but if we get a report on that, I would like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else anybody wants to raise from section 1? Okay, we should move on then because we have several sections here.
Yep.
Section 2 was fiscal responsibility and accountability, and again we have a number of things, and I think there have been some number 2.1, which was an open and transparent budgeting process. I was going to say, I think we've seen some improvements to our budgeting process, and I'm happy with that. But anyway, what other items? What items would you like to talk about under number 2?
Well, I have several. Again, I'll go first, but the first one I have is 2.1.6, which is review and update the procurement policy. That's been on our, plate for long before Nigel arrived. This is mostly, I know Councillor Nash has spoke several times on this, so I would like to see us do that. Timing and CAO to complete. Okay, so you're going to complete that in 2026, which is good. So that's a pretty important thing to me. So that was the first thing I have, and I have 2 others under 2, and then I'll be finished. 2.2.2, which is ensure the municipal accessibility plan. And again, my only point here was exactly what we talked about at the last council meeting, I think, was the handicap accessible buttons at the community hall and at the library. We need to put that in our capital budget, and we need to do that. And that's, I think, one of the last things that we would need to do under the accessibility thing, but that's just a comment more than anything. It's pretty important. And the last one is 2.5.1, where I'm just looking here. 2.5.1, respond to all available grant opportunities. This is another thing, okay? A year ago, council, or I may be out a few months, but nearly a year ago, council said, staff brought, here's a grant opportunity. Here's someone who can write grants for us, right? And most of the grants, we have to pay 50%, and the grant pays the other 50%, right? And council made the decision that we should go out to tender. Okay, that's months and months and months ago. It's never gone to tender. And I'm not, with hindsight, I'm not sure we should have gone to tender, but anyway, we need to get that done, right? Because we're missing out on grants as the day goes on, right? I sent something the other day that I got in an email that said grant opportunities, right? I sent it to Wendy and Nigel. I don't know where that sits in the staff area, but we need to have someone come and say, well, we'll do grant writing for you, or we'll help train your staff or something. But I read other communities getting grants and we're sitting in a vacuum, right? We get the normal ones through the budgeting process, the gas tax and that sort of thing. But, I see Magneto and other, McKellar, others getting grants for certain things, and and I'm overstating it saying we're in a vacuum, but we need to get that done. And we need to do it ASAP. That's a real priority in terms of what I think. So those are the last items that I have under item 2. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Others on item 2.
Councillor
Yeah,
Nash.
through you. Oh, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just Councillor Lamb has already spoken to the majority of the items I would have spoken to. Certainly the tendering, the RFP, the procurement policy. That's a big item that I know I keep bringing up, and I know it's on staff's list to do. But to me, that's really big, knowing that yet again we're coming up with a lot of tenders or RFPs that'll be going out in the springtime. So I'd like staff to be able to look at that when they can. It's an important one to me. So yes. Yeah, that's all I had to say on the procurement one. And the other ones that Councillor Lamb had mentioned, I do support what he said for those. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
I have much similar as Councillor Nash and Councillor Lamb, but the 2.2, the AODA, I wanted to make sure that staff were aware that there is a more extensive plan that was set up in with the previous CAO, so that there may be other things that we need to be looking at. Certainly we need to get the basics like the door openers, but maybe they could have a look at the plan and maybe we could review and see what else needs to be done. Thanks.
Good point.
Anything else on number 2? Okay, how about number 3, management systems?
Okay, I have one, and then this is the last one I have on the whole plan. So 3.3.1, council to define specific performance objectives with associated timelines and costs. I don't know that that's been done. Certainly with the CAO, it hasn't been done in terms of saying you need to do this, that, and whatever, and here's the measurements that we're going to hold you accountable for, and here's your objectives and things like that. I can tell you this, that on the library board, oh God, excuse me, but what's his name? It's not Josh. Anyway, there's another male member on the library board that name escapes me now, and I apologize. But he brought forward a performance appraisal form last year for Eva when we did her performance appraisal. And I can tell you, I worked in human resources all my life, and I've been retired for many years, but it was an absolutely excellent form. And we should get that form from the library, and maybe that could be assessed by Nigel and others as to whether that would be applicable. It's our job to set the objectives in terms of performance for Nigel, and it's his job to then take those objectives and others and set them in where applicable in the various staff members who report to him, right? And so I don't know how healthy the whole system is. We don't get into that. How many appraisals, who's had an appraisal, who hasn't, is it being done, is it not? Certainly, I think we're perhaps a little remiss on council. We did do something on Nigel, a few months ago where we said, I think this is public knowledge, you're doing a good job and that sort of thing. You've kind of passed your probationary period and that sort of thing. But again, we're lacking in that area. And I can frankly tell you that we've been lacking in it for 19 years. This isn't a new thing, right? In the past, we've very sporadically done a performance appraisal on the CAO. That's our fault. But anyway, those are my comments on 3.3.1. So can Nigel, can you speak a little bit, not about actual people, obviously, but what kind of rigor is put into performance appraisals, or is it kind of falling off the rails? Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor Lamb. Through you, Your Worship, I do performance appraisals with the staff that report to me, and as you know, with our structure, a lot of the staff do end up reporting to me. So I do a performance appraisal each year. With respect to my position, I do agree that you as council should be doing that as well on a yearly basis or whatever, or more frequent if you like, but certainly on a yearly basis, I think it should be done. As a CAO, I appreciate the direction that I get out of that process, so I think it is valuable. I'm not sure I can comment too much more about what I do with the staff, but I can tell you that I have a system in place and we do it yearly. And I will reach out to the library and see what kind of form or process they've had, because it may be better than what we're currently doing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, get that form, and if you could send it to council, and I would say to you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's time because when's your anniversary date, Nigel?
Actually, Councillor Lamb, it just took place in early December.
Okay, so I think it's time that we get that form out, and perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, you can lead a kind of a more formal performance appraisal, which I think is necessary at that time, given that, it's just over a year. So thank you.
Yes, I think you may recall, I do have an action item on that to bring something to the council to our major responsibility, and we've covered it in the discussion already very well. I mean, our governance responsibility is to review our our chief staff officer, particularly because that's we have to set expectations and we have to measure performance against those. That's a responsibility that every council has, and councils and boards in general, I can tell you, have difficulty with this. It's something that oftentimes doesn't get done at all, or doesn't get done very everybody's kind of busy with other things, I think, but it is something that I'm determined that we follow through properly. It's part of our responsibility, and of course we also have a responsibility to ensure that the process is a reasonable process for the size and complexity of the organization is taking place for the staff below the CAO, because otherwise you end up we end up having problems if we don't, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be a stressful process for people, but you need to have you need to set aside time. If you supervise anybody, you have to set aside time at regular intervals to review where you're at, how things are going, whether expectations are being met or not, and take the opportunity to say, well, we need a little bit more of this or a little bit less of this or whatever it is, and then follow up and do it at regular intervals. So anyway, I am going to take the lead on doing that, and I'll have something to you shortly. So
thank you.
What about anything else under item 3? All right, how about we move on to item 4? Got a few more of these to go, but then it's almost lunchtime, I think, but this is a good exercise. I'm glad we got around to reviewing and I appreciate the CAO's work putting this together, for sure. What about number 4? I don't hear anything.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what's number 4?
Environment, I think, isn't it?
No? Yeah, I'm sorry.
How come
Environmental stewardship is number 4.
I'm not going to comment on any specific initiative, but there seem to be a lot of things, if I'm recalling it here, that there was no progress, right? So I don't know what that means, or whether they should be dropped, or whether I don't know what, there's a lot of them that there's no progress. So, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can speak to it a little bit if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So through the Environmental Stewardship Committee, we have done several initiatives, and I think we're heading in the right way with that. Just as an update for everybody, we have applied again for a grant that hopefully will allow for more signages to go in about the invasive species in the lakes. We've worked with staff on some garbage cans to help with the littering that goes on. So those two things are ongoing. And we're also part of the Monarch Butterfly Pledge. And I think we'll also be doing another pollinator garden, possibly more of a naturalized one this year. So you'll see in the budget that we're asking for a little bit more money to continue on the stewardship initiatives. And one of the biggest ones that we're trying to work on with the committee is finding a way to work on the Nesbitt and Whitestone trails. We'll probably start with one of them, but making it so there's less ATV damage and more people can use it and hike and not get lost. So those are some of the initiatives that we continue to work on as a group. Thank you. I'm not sure if Councillor Woods has anything to add that I might have missed. Thank you.
No, I think you did a pretty good job of summarizing what we're taking and what we're trying to do on the Environmental Stewardship Committee. I noticed the one point, Mr. Mayor, if I could bring it up, 4.3.1 says continue to support the benthic monitoring in partnership with Georgian Bay Biosphere. And that program ended, did it not? And then we were going to look at ways through our official plan update, I thought, talk to our consultants about lake water quality testing at some point.
I'm not, I guess I should know, but I'm not sure if where we stand as far as benthic monitoring is in particular, whether there's any still being done.
Through you, Your Worship. Last year we did take that out of the budget, so we are not currently doing any testing in that regard.
So, I do, however, want to comment in general under 4.3. Okay, so there is a fair bit of water quality monitoring going on that is not directly being managed by the municipality, and I don't. A lot of the data is not being. Yeah, you would not see it unless you're seeing reports from a particular lake association or somebody who's doing it. Okay, so there's a bunch of information. There is some useful work being done, but water quality monitoring is a hierarchy of different things that need to be done. And benthic monitoring is down a ways in the monitoring. And I'm not saying it's not a good thing, but essentially you have to, if you want to have a comprehensive water quality program, then you have to do it. You have to take the same measurements basically every year or at least every couple of years, sometimes more than once a year, depending on what it is you're measuring. And, there are different programs. The Lake Partner Program, by the way, has been reinstated, as you might have heard. So that and that what that measures is phosphate content in the water and water clarity. So a Secchi test basically and samples, taking water samples for analysis for phosphorus. And that's kind of the highest level. That's the first thing on the list of things that everybody should do for every lake. And I think the original idea, in fact, the original idea behind the Environmental Stewardship Committee was that we were going to try to get, because there's lots of volunteers involved in doing this, there's a lot of work involved, was we were going to try and get everybody together, and the thought was that the municipality would help provide some technical resources and some necessary equipment and whatever else, and some training, and we would try to get this done. So we need to expand the number of lakes. I've got data sheets on 20 lakes in the municipality. Now, they're not all populated, so they're not all the ones that are more important are the populated ones, but still, you have to take into consideration because their characteristics are quite different, and that determines what you're going to measure and where you're going to measure it and all that kind of thing. But I still think what I'm trying to say, I apologize for how long it's taking, but I really think there's a whole lot of work still to be done there. And we should over time be expanding our budget to do it, to do the things I said, like training. And I don't think we're not talking about paying environmental consultants to come in and do it. That is not necessary. But we need to, if you're on, here's a lake that we don't have much data on. They say the Shawana Lake as an example. What's happening to the, every year we get a few more people on that lake. What's happening to their water quality? I don't know. Now, Dennis Morrison has done some testing there, but I don't have the data. I know he does. I don't. So I can't answer that question. And if I had a cottage on that particular lake, I'd want to know. The lake I'm on, this is a very long established tradition, and we do a lot of monitoring. The Cottagers Association does a lot of monitoring, and that data is publicly available, by the way. I mean, if you want to see it, you can see it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're done. Sorry about that. I thought you were done.
I'm done.
Okay. I agree full-heartedly in the water quality testing. I know last year we spoke about it in regards to our budget, but 2 or 3 years ago, we had put, and I've fought very hard for it, we'd put $20,000 or $25,000 in to have a consultant go out and do water testing, and past staff never sent anything out to tender. And I know that troubled a lot of people, that they thought we were going to be doing something to do with testing, and we never did. So I think it's very important as a municipality that we gather some information. Now, I do differ, unfortunately, in a few principles in it, and they're important, but I hope council will understand it. We can have a debate on it another day. Is volunteer data is fantastic. BOCA puts on the Lake Partners program, which anybody on any lake can go and do some testing for clarity and for the pH, and you send it in, and it's sponsored through the Ontario government. And that works great, but unfortunately, it is only volunteers. And for us as a municipality, we cannot rely on volunteer data. You can use it to confirm studies from consultants that we may hire as a municipality, but we can't rely on volunteer data. It might be exactly the same as what an independent consultant takes, and then in your footnotes you can say this is similar to volunteer data, but we need to start doing our own data. And a perfect example of this, and I'll ask Councillor Woods to confirm this, but him and I were in a meeting a couple years ago, and there's somebody that does some water testing similar to our benzoic monitoring testing on some of the lakes. It was done privately, I'll call it, nothing to do with the municipality. And in the meeting, the gentleman that did the testing said, well, they did it 3 weeks late, but that's the only time I could get in. And that monitoring is very time specific. So it throws off data, even though people have great intentions, but you can't rely on volunteer data. We as a municipality do need to hire a consultant, do need to get our lakes tested, be it 1 or 2 days a year, the consultant goes out to as many lakes as they can and does the testing. Then we can start building up our data. Once that data is built up, it can be confirmed with volunteer data, but we need our own independent data. And that's why the stewardship committee should not be doing it. That's why we didn't do it a few years ago when I was on past councils, one before I was on council, and that's why money had been put aside to hire an independent biologist to do the testing, but it just unfortunately fell through the cracks. So hopefully we get that back. Hopefully the members of the public will like it, that we're going to do some independent testing if we can and start building up data. But I'm sure Councillor Woods can speak a bit to what he's heard on it as well at our meetings. Thank you.
Okay, do you have any comments, Councillor Woods?
I do remember that discussion, Mr. Mayor. It was that was last term, and I had sat in on Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting with Councillor Gora Matthews when she was the representative, and I do remember that discussion happening. I know water quality, lake water quality testing is an important thing, and we've all said that we want to get it done. I just think we need to remember that it should be not the most priority, but it's definitely a priority to the community for us to ensure that we're testing.
Okay, well, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I think, we've got a differing of opinion here in terms of whether we professionally do it or man-made, I'll call it, like Dennis Morrison and others. I think the answer is a little bit between both of them, right? I would hate to have, Dennis, not do work and other lake associations not do work. They can continue to do it. But I agree with Councillor Nash that we should also professionally do it. And I only hope that the stewardship committee, recommends or puts monies into the budget to actually, hire someone and go out and pick whatever it is, number of lakes and do that testing. So I fully support sort of a middle ground here, I guess. So the one that hits me is septic systems. And, I keep coming back, again, I'm on Whitestone, and near my place, there was this algae bloom, and we all know about it. And we're getting, I think in March, the people from the health unit to come out and talk to us. We posted stuff on the website and whatever, but it appears to me that through whatever it is, climate or whatever, that we're getting more of this. And I know blooms naturally occur and all that kind of stuff. But I would also like to see the environmental committee put more funds into what I call, I'll be honest, I don't believe that you have mandatory septic inspections where you send them around to people's house and they pay for it and all that kind of stuff. And I think we need education, and I think we need incentives. For instance, if people get their septic system people think, oh, I had it pumped out, so I got it inspected. Well, they didn't. They just got it pumped out, right? The inspection is a far more detailed thing that might cost, I don't know, $500 or whatever. We could support that. We could say if somebody gets that done, that we'll pay $100 of it or 150, whatever that is, right? And have funds available to encourage septic inspections, right? We can get these pucks that the library has. We could buy more of them and either give them out or give them out very cheaply so that people can follow, in a dry season and test their septic on their own, right? And there's other initiatives in there too. So I want to make sure that in the budget, in the operating budget, there's enough funds to do this and other initiatives with respect to septic systems. And I know there are people in the community that want mandatory septic inspections. I think that's the wrong way to go. And we need to educate people, like these blooms and stuff. We're trying our best, but sometimes we need to put a paper together to say, here's about algae blooms, right? Like, here's all the information, here's everything, right? And it's up to you, if you see something, to report it to whoever, right? And here's what you can do. Like, people always, when we have blooms, oh, it's the septic systems, and it isn't. In many cases, it isn't. These are the same people that don't like mosquitoes, so they spray all their trees, right? And they want their lawns to be pristine like they are in the city. So they put fertilizers and everything down, and then we get a great big rainstorm like we had last year in July, a huge rainstorm. And where do you think all that stuff goes? It goes right into the lake, and then we end up with a bloom a little while later, right? So it's not just automatically go to septics and have mandatory septics and whatever. And there's responsibilities that people have as individuals. If they smell a septic, if they think their neighbor has got a problem, it's practically a duty of them to report it to North Bay Mattawa. That's the best way we'll get it, not have some student or something running around trying to test septic systems or whatever. So the bottom line is I want more monies put into the environmental committee or somewhere to do these sorts of initiatives when it comes to septics and whatever. So thank you very much.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, could I just follow up to Councillor Lamb there just for a couple minutes at most?
Okay, yeah,
Thank you.
coming up to a break pretty soon, I think. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I could do lunch. So, on a couple things, fully agree on the algae blooms, where a lot of it comes from, and they've been happening for thousands of years. And education, of course, is number one. In regards to the septic pucks, the stewardship committee had given them away a few years ago at the fall fair, but when we'd spoken about it recently, I'll call it, or more recently, some of the members of the stewardship committee, the municipality already has a voluntary septic inspection. We support that, but there's no funds for it. But we don't think it's really something that should be run by the stewardship committee. Something like that should be run by the municipality. And of course, we've already supported it because it's been mentioned over the years about inspections. And I'd love to see money put aside in the budget for that, but not the stewardship budget, a separate budget just for septic reinspection. And that's the same for the water testing. I do agree that it should be volunteers and consultants. You have to rely on the consultants, and you can use all the volunteer data. I fully support anybody that wants to put time in themselves and do testing as a volunteer, and I think it's vital. And I'd never want to see anybody stop it, but then you do just need to have the professional consultant to confirm and verify and build our own data that you use along with volunteer data, as Councillor Lamb said. And hopefully we can get that money in this budget in 2026, like we had back in 23-24 to do that fell through the cracks. So that's all I had on that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else want to speak about anything under number 4?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Bryce.
I would like to speak about 4.7 energy efficiencies. So I'm hoping that we had such a late start. We never got started till about November of the year to know whether we could move forward with anything. So I'm hoping that we will be able to, that the CAO and I will be able to bring back more information in soon to be able to talk about some energy efficiency things. The other thing that I would like to see is that we have completed milestone 1 and 2, and we're working on through the action plan, but I'd also like to see us think about moving on to the community milestones so that we are able to provide more information to the community to be able to talk about energy efficiencies that they also too may be able to do to reduce greenhouse gases. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only last thing I have is recycling and that kind of stuff and our landfill sites, I guess. I think by the compaction that we did in the fall, that we've, in essence, extended the life of York Street immensely. I don't think it's no longer, 6 or 8 years or whatever, because I mean, my God, it pounded it down 10 or 12 feet, right? And I congratulate Mike and his crew and the initiatives that we've taken that way. So I'm encouraging us to continue to do stuff because the closure of York Street, will end up a transfer station and that'll be much more expensive. So yeah, just okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm looking at the clock here. It's 1 o'clock. I think we should take a lunch break. I was hoping we would get this through the rest of the sections of this strategic plan, but I guess these are important discussions and we can come back and pick them up. We're a reasonable way through our agenda, so I mean, we will have a couple of hours, maybe more when we're finished, but why don't we take a break? How much time do people need? I want to make sure that our staff have time to get something, because I guess everybody's kind of on our own today. We're not no sandwiches or soup or sandwiches or stew or anything. So is half an hour enough, or what do you think?
Half hour should be fine, Your Worship.
All right. Well, we'll endeavor to come back it's 1:05, so we'll come back around 1:25, 1:35.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
does anyone, sorry, through you, does anyone have anything else on? 'Cause I don't have anything else here on any of the rest of the strategic plan. Maybe it may only take 5 minutes and we're finished. Is there a lot of comments on the rest of the document? I don't have any.
I have one quick one.
Well, do you want to do it then?
Well, we could just, like, if it only takes 5 minutes, let's finish it off.
Okay, so anything under 5, which was 5 was, sorry, I just flipped past it here, but 5 was our asset management, which I think we've actually covered, spent a fair bit of time on, to be honest, as a council. And so number 6 was economic development. Anything under 6?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, please.
6.4.4. And I brought this up in the very first strategic plan meeting that we had. We actually do have a new brick and mortar business that has been started. And I don't think we've done any promotion for it. And we definitely have not done a ribbon cutting. And now that business owner has come back and asked for a rezone to the property next to it to expand services. And I think we should be doing a ribbon cutting ceremony. It's just a little marina, but it's something brand new and a new service and something that should be celebrated in the community. So I would hope maybe next year, the spring or summer season, we all do something to promote that new business out on Bulger.
Okay, thank you. That's a good, I think I said this before, I think there's a fair bit of work that we should be doing with respect to the businesses we have. I know we don't have a huge number of them, but anyway, that's a discussion I think we can have another day when we focus in on the general subject of ECDEV. Maybe we'll try to get something on the agenda of a meeting later this spring and cover off some.
Yeah, a meeting would go a long way to ask them what they need, right?
Yeah, well, that's really part of the action plan as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, okay. So, is there anything else under the plan then, as a whole? Any other sections of the plan? 8 or 9? If not, maybe I can just call the question on the motion that we started this with, and we'll finish number 9 for today. Is that
Yep.
your wish?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor? It was the motion to receive the plan, the update on the plans.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, so now we're at 109. So let's come back at, say, about 145, let's say. All right, somewhere in there. Just check everybody's. Can I just do a quick check to make sure that we have all of our counselors back with us? Councilor Bray, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. I heard Councilor Lamb, Councilor Nash. Are you back?
I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
And Councilor Woods?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick roll call check, make sure we got everybody here before we start going. Where we left this was I think we were finished with the strategic action plans from the strategic plan. So the next item that we have is item 9.2, which is a financial report from our treasurer on surplus and establishment of funding stabilization reserve. And this was something that our treasurer said she would bring to us she mentioned this at a previous budget meeting. So let me once again get this on the agenda, or not on the floor for discussion. The suggested motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives report FIN 2026-02 regarding the allocation of the 2024 operating surplus, and that Council approve the establishment of a funding stabilization reserve, and that Council approve the transfer of the remaining 2024 operating reserve in the amount of $285,446.08 to the funding stabilization reserve, and that Council approved the transfer of $19,482.68 from the 2024 operating surplus to the building reserve as required under the Building Code Act, and that Council endorse the principle that future operating surpluses are generally considered one-time in nature and will be directed to reserves as part of the annual year-end process subject to Council approval, and that Council support maintaining a minimum balance of $50,000 in the funding stabilization reserve to support financial stability and mitigate future financial risks. So, and it's a long motion, and the treasurer's going to explain it to you, but can I get a mover and seconder?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councilor Lamb.
I can second Ms. Oh.
Okay, who is I heard Councilor Nash and Councilor Woods and Councilor Bray.
Yeah, you can pick whoever you like, Mr. Mayor. Either one of us is what
all
it is.
Right, we'll do. I'll take Councilor Woods. So the motion is moved and seconded, and now I will ask Jessica to introduce this material and maybe explain all the pieces.
Thank you. Through your worship, this report presents the 2024 operating surplus that was included in the 2024 financial statements that came to council in December, as well as the recommended approach for allocating in a way that will strengthen Whitestone's long-term financial stability. So for 2024, the municipality recorded a total operating surplus of $304,928.68. Of this amount, approximately $19,500 relates specifically to surplus building permit revenue, Under the Building Code Act, those funds must be transferred to a dedicated building reserve. At this point, we're just trying to be transparent, but that was a missed entry by the auditor during the year-end adjustments. So that will leave a remaining general operating surplus of $285,446.08. Surpluses are considered one-time in nature and can result from timing differences, conservative budgeting, delayed expenditures, or one-time revenues. So best practices not to use these funds for ongoing operations, but instead to direct them to reserves for council to utilize in the future. In the past, Whitestone has applied surplus to the following year's budget. However, as council has moved toward approving budgets earlier in the year, final audit results are not always available in time to do this reliably. So transferring surplus to a reserve provides a more transparent and practical solution and still preserves council's ability to direct the funds through future budgets. It also allows us to meet our requirements under the Municipal Act. For that reason, staff are recommending the establishment of a new funding stabilization reserve. And this reserve would act as a financial buffer to manage one-time or unexpected costs, respond to revenue fluctuations, and reduce the need for sudden tax increases. So council would review that surplus balance in the reserve annually and can allocate it towards the budget to offset any increases or reduction in revenue. We are also recommending that council endorse the principle that future operating surpluses be treated as one-time and directed to reserve, subject to council approval annually. Finally, staff recommend maintaining a minimum balance of $50,000 in the reserve to provide a reasonable level of protection given the size of the municipality. So this would just cover any unforeseen expenses that could come up in future years or to handle any deficits in future years. So in summary, this approach will strengthen our financial position. It will improve flexibility and it aligns with best practice and supports council's long-term financial sustainability goals. So in attachment A and B, you'll see a surplus analysis that goes over where that surplus is coming from. So on the first page, it goes over the revenue that came in over budget. So additional revenue that we got above and beyond what was budgeted for. And then on the second page, where there was expenditure savings or in some cases expenditure overruns. And then in Appendix B, there's a summary of the building department budget and actuals, which support the surplus of $19,500 approximately to be transferred to the building reserve. And if there's any questions on anything in the attachments, please bring them forward.
Through you,
thank you,
Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, good report, Jessica, as you always do, and I'm in support of this. I just have a couple of questions. Again, back to the capital discussion we had a week or so ago. This 284,000 and the 19,000, they're already reflected in what we looked at in the numbers in the reserves like a week or so ago. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're not adding another whatever. And then when I asked you at that same meeting what 2025 would look like, you were sort of, well, I don't know, it's but Barb, in 2024 said, well, it looks like maybe around 100 and it ended up nearly 300,000, right? So again, we're trying to set a tax rate. Do you have any, I know this is a bit off topic, but do you have any idea of now or as you look at it, what 2025 looks like? Are we going to get another 300,000 or 200,000 that we can, again, put into reserve and up our reserves and that sort of thing? Do you have any idea on that? Then I have a question.
Okay. Thank you for your question, Councillor Lamb. The year-end surplus is subject to a number of annual year-end adjustments that have to be made, and that is quite an onerous process. So I will not have a final number for you until I can get through that practice. So the plan is that once the 2026 budget is passed, I will dive into finalizing our 2025 year end. I would say that the 2024 surplus is going to be available to you to apply to your 2026 budget, and a 2025 surplus would be available for the 2027 budget. And I think that timing would work out going forward.
Thank you. I'm interested in this building department surplus because I've never heard of that before. I take it this is the first time we put it in. Have we been remiss in the years gone by? And secondly, the second part is, so this is basically the amount of permit revenue over the costs, I guess, or whatever. And what can that be used for? So we put 20 grand in. What can we use the building reserve for?
Thank you for your question. Yes, you're correct. That surplus is driven from basically your revenues minus your expenses. So essentially, you can't produce a profit from building services. So if there is excess revenue above and beyond what you spent in a year, you have to transfer that to reserve. From my understanding, those funds have to be utilized for the building department. So one potential use that we've looked at is funding a vehicle replacement for our chief building official in a future year.
The what?
But if
What?
a vehicle replacement for our chief building
Okay, thank
official.
you.
Yes, his vehicle's coming up for replacement. There is a specific building vehicle reserve, but it won't completely fund the cost of a replacement. So we could utilize some of the money in the general building reserve for that cost.
So my final part of that question was, is this the first time that we've done it and we've been remiss in the past and never have done this? Or have
I haven't looked at past years, Mayor Lamb or Councillor Lamb. I'd have to get back to you on that and do some analysis.
I don't ever recall us doing this. So yeah, the question would be, if we're putting 19 in, are we adding 19 to 100,000 that's sitting there already, or is it zero that we're adding to it, right? You know, that's, can you just let us know that? My guess is we've never done this before, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. We have to do it by law. But again, maybe we've not been doing it, right? So
I believe it must have been done in the past at some point because there is some funds available in that building reserve. So I imagine that's a balance from prior years.
oh, do you know how much that is?
Yeah, if you can give me one moment, I can pull that up for you.
So this 19 is added to another number.
Yes, correct.
This has come up before, Councillor Lamb.
Okay, well, maybe I've missed it. So,
And the reserve balance is included on the comprehensive reserve schedule that you were provided with the capital budget. But I'm just pulling that up now and I can give you the exact amount.
Thank you.
So we had a balance of $37,208. We're adding this surplus on to give a total balance of $56,691.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all the questions I have.
Are there other questions about this report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a few. Jessica, thank you for the report. It was very good. Councillor Lamb already answered several of the questions I have. But for this reserve that's there, could we use that for an initiative should council choose? And those expenses could go towards, if we're looking at illegal builds and we need to hire a consultant or something. Is that the type of item that you could use that for?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. Through your worship, yes, that reserve fund balance would be at the discretion of council. So if that's something council approves to apply the funding towards, then that would be acceptable.
Okay, perfect. That's the only question I had. Thanks, Jessica.
Okay, thanks. Anything else about this report? I'm not seeing any hands up or I'm not seeing pictures for most of the people who are online here, so I'm relying on the participants list if I see a hand up or something like that. You know that there is you can raise your hand if you want to speak, but anyway, or else you can speak up. Those are the two ways of, but if you're waving your hand at your camera, I might not see it. Okay, so if there is nothing further, I will request, sorry, I will call the question. All those in favor of receiving our treasurer's report?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That report is carried. Brings us now to section 10 of our agenda, which is bylaws, and there are a few here. A couple of what I would describe as routine administrative financial things that happen while we are getting ready to finalize our budget. So the first one is number 10.1, the bylaw to authorize borrowing. So here's the motion that bylaw 02-2026, being a bylaw to authorize borrowing from time to time to meet expenditures during the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2026, is passed this 21st day of January 2026. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods, seconded by
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lana. Any discussion on this one? Okay, if not, can I call the question then, please? All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Councillor, I can't see, unfortunately, on my screen. I don't know if I can make it bigger or whatever, but I can't see Councillor Lamb or Councillor Bray at the moment. So
I've got my hand up, so I'm okay with.
I have my hand up as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I'm not inadvertently missing somebody.
If you can't see me and I'm against something, I'll let you know.
All right, thank you. I see if I could move this down somehow. Anyway. Okay, so that's 10.1. 10.2 is the bylaw to levy certain interim rates, taxes, and charges. So here's the motion that bylaw 03-2026, being a bylaw to levy certain interim rates, taxes, and charges for the year 2026, is passed this 21st day of January 2026. Mover and seconder.
I can move.
Thank you, Councillor Bray.
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods, thank you. Discussion on this one. Okay, I will call the question then.
Councillor, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried unanimously. Now we have a 10.3 is a planning related bylaw. Here's the motion that bylaw 04-2026, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval of consent, B01/2025 Whitestone, and the applicant is Samatic. The Samatics is passed this 21st day of January 2026. So this is a 5126. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll
I'll
move.
move. Well, I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Well, who was the mover? Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
All right, Councillor Lamb moves and Councillor Wood seconds. Any discussion on this one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
First of all, it seems like this file has gone through pretty quickly, so I thank staff for that and the applicant. It seems like everybody's been diligent. It seems like it just wasn't too long ago that the consent was approved in principle. My only question for staff is, and it's a common question I ask, is the agreement, have the applicants reviewed the agreement, and are they okay with the agreement the way it stands now? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Nash. Yes, Mr. Samatek has reviewed it with his lawyer, and his lawyer is Ben Pritchard.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anything else on this item? Okay, we can go ahead and put it to a vote, and because it's a planning matter, it'll be a.
Thank you, Mr.
Recorded
Mayor.
vote.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
thank you. That motion and bylaw are passed.
Okay, moving along to 10.4. Here's the suggested motion that bylaw 05-2026 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and the West Parry Sound Health Center, and to repeal bylaw 64-2022 is passed this 21st day of January 26. And this bylaw has to do with the
Dispatch.
I think has to do with ambulance dispatch, right? So anyway, can I get a mover and seconder?
I'll move.
Councillor Bray,
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Okay, it's on the floor for discussion. Any additional explanation anyone wants to provide, or? Any questions for the fire chief? No. All right then. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Can you see our hands up, Mr. Mayor?
No, unfortunately, I can't. I'm going to have to.
Okay, Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm with it too. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. And the last one is 10.5, another similar. This one having to do with our agreement with Orange. Here's the motion that bylaw 06-2026 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and Orange, and to repeal bylaws 72-2023 and 45-2024 is passed this 21st day of January 2026. Mover and seconder.
I'll move it.
I'll second,
Councillor
Mr.
Lamb
Mayor.
moved, seconded by Councillor Woods. Anything to discuss on this one? No? Okay. All those in favor, please.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Cromery, yes. That's one is carried. And we'll see. And that brings us to item 11. Business matters, 11.1. We have an update from our manager of public works for information on recycling, which was a popular topic at Roma, by the way, and the switch to producer responsibility. Anyway, mover and seconder that the Council for the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the memorandum from Mike Huggins, manager of public works, for information.
I'll move.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have Councillor Bray moving and Councillor Wood seconding. Any questions or comments on this one?
Maybe perhaps our Public Works might have some comments.
Yeah, I apologize, Mike. I should have given you an opportunity to introduce your report. I usually do that if it's not just a routine matter. So maybe this isn't just routine. Go ahead.
Worship. This is just to let you know that in 2026, Circular Materials has taken the responsibility of managing the recyclables at a higher level. It's a non-profit organization that manages the recycling and on behalf of the packaging and paper producers, and they do all the education and public information stuff for this. You can get the updated information on the website, and we were putting it out in the next tax bill. All the changes. There's a few changes. We will be accepting more items, and that won't really cause us any more work. We are already set up for it according to Circular. So there's nothing really on our side to do other than we can now take more stuff in our recycling programs.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we've got a newsletter coming out. So this will be put hopefully into the newsletter. The chart is pretty good, but I guess we can't put that whole thing in. So I guess we'll put a link to it or something, because all this is great information, right? What you can do, what you can't do, and all that kind of stuff. So what do we plan to do in terms of our newsletter on this?
Sorry to interrupt, Mike. But
No, go ahead.
I've been talking with Eva, who in the e-newsletter has added it a couple times, added the information and added the link, and the link to this information has been added to the website in the waste management section.
Well, maybe we can put something in our newsletter too, because again, there are some people on who get our e-letter, right? And that sort of thing. And I'm not criticizing what we do there, but there's an awful lot of people that don't, that aren't on that and don't get up every morning and say, I'm going to, search Whitestone, see what's going on today. That doesn't happen very often. So this is the sort of information that I think we ought to be giving to our ratepayers. And I think that's where we come up a little short sometimes, right? We try our best, but there's so many things going on that are positive. And, how do you adequately, communicate them? And I guess that's why we need to review our communication policy and make sure we've got. Do we have anyone on staff? I know Michelle used to use someone. Anyone on staff who's kind of a communication expert or whatever that tells us, don't write 5 paragraphs when you can write 2 lines, and don't do, how to properly communicate, particularly with the newsletters, right? Those are the things that get shipped out to everybody. Do we have anyone that helps us with that? I guess that's a question of Nigel.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. No, I don't think we do. I mean, we do rely on Eva at the library to a large degree, and just the knowledge of staff. But no, I don't have anyone that fills that role.
And through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just going to ask the question. Is this newsletter being mailed or not? Refresh my memory.
Yeah, we got something the other day by email saying whatever you want to put in. So I assume it's going out with the tax bills or something.
Good.
Yes, we will be doing a mail out. Yeah.
And so my question then would be, why could you not just put that I think it's a trifold ultimately that has the recycling material and that information. Could you not just stuff it into the envelopes and send it to everybody?
Love it if you could.
Can I just interrupt for a second? Sorry,
Yeah.
our folding machine will not fold through that many pieces of paper, unfortunately. So it would be staff folding all of that, 2,000 times, 3,000 times. So, and the added expense in the mailing because it is 3 pieces of extra paper.
But would you not be able to just take it in Perry Sound? Someone will fold it for you, pay them.
If we have that budget, then that would probably work.
Nice story.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, exactly what you said was one of the comments I had. But what I got in another district, I had it mailed maybe a month ago, was just a 1-page sheet with the chart, not 3 pages. It was simply a chart that shows all the things that you're allowed to put in and the items you're not, and they'd summarized it in 1 page. And I'm sure we could add that to the newsletter. So you got 11 by 17 with the newsletter and 1 page of just the information on the recycling. And certainly we could find a way to fold 2 pieces of paper and put it in that wouldn't cost anything extra because you're allowed 5 pages in an envelope. So, and the second question I had is to the works manager. I think it's great that we're working towards, and you have my full support on it, about the new vehicle for the works department that will be a multi-use vehicle, from a snowplow to a waste disposal truck, I'll call it, like a bin truck, to a transport equipment truck. Would we be able to possibly charge Circular Waste for us to take the recyclables, Mike, in the bins to wherever the depot is, instead of engaging a third party to do that? Is that something that we might be able to do?
Your Worship, I would have to look into that one. That one I do not know offhand.
Okay, maybe you can look into that, because if it's a matter of us arranging the transport, maybe we can use our own equipment. That was all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mike, thanks for the report. Personally, I really like seeing how we're taking more materials now. That's fantastic, because I remember doing the landfill committee last term. There was lots of things that we weren't allowed to recycle, and we were throwing over the hill still, right? So it's a really good thing. I think it's fantastic for me, anyways, to see that we're going to be accepting more and more materials and try to get our recycling numbers up, right? I think that's a fantastic thing. So thanks very much.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike, for this. And I agree with getting this material on as few pages as we can, but getting it out to everybody, because not everybody has internet, and also not everybody's going to go, and even if they do have internet, they're not going to go and do the link and check it out themselves. And so therefore we might be losing out on people recycling more and what their what they're not recycling, they're putting in the dump. And we want to try and preserve our landfill as much as possible. So I think we need to really do some education. Perhaps maybe there's handouts that staff could give out when people come to the landfill, because to make sure that some of our summer people, they may read the newsletter, but they may not necessarily get those papers to their cottage to remind them that we have more things. Like, I'm really excited that it now takes coffee cups, those cardboard coffee cups. I mean, that's just a huge thing that goes into our landfill. The changes on some of the things, like, with the glass, that the lids are supposed to be off, and a variety of things. The fact that you can now do bubble wrap and so many more things. So I really think we need to have the landfill staff, especially in the spring and summer when we have so many people, handing out information and educating people, because I just know that not everybody's going to go to that link. And it's supposed to be this company's job to educate, but they're not going to come out to our landfill and educate.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask
Yeah.
Mike a quick question?
Go ahead.
Mike, would we be getting some new signage just to
Yes.
going into the dump so people see it, right? Some bright signs about look at the new stuff we're taking kind of idea. It usually goes a really long way from what I experienced last term anyways in doing the landfill committee review.
Your worship, yes. Talking to the person at Circular Materials, they do supply all that, and they're supposed to be getting it to us so we can change our signage.
Wonderful.
Perfect. That's good.
That's good.
Okay, great. Good discussion. Is there any, there's nothing else, I will call the question then on to receive this report.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
I can see, I did get my pictures moved around here, so I can now see.
Councillor Nash, yes.
You can see my hand up now, right?
I can see your hand. I can see Councillor Bray. The only people I can't see are Councillors Nash and Woods, who don't have their cameras on. All right. Next one, an appointment to the Committee of Adjustment. 11.2. Motion is that the Council for the Municipality of Whitestone receives the memorandum from Paula Macri, Planning Assistant, for information, and that Councillor Brian Woods be appointed as Council Representative to the Committee of Adjustment.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb moves and Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We don't have too many meetings of minor variances and that sort of thing, but when we do have something passed in the community, can council be told through an email or something? Like, I have no idea what's gone to the Committee of Adjustment. I don't know whether, if someone doesn't get an affirmative answer on there or don't like the answer, I guess they could appeal it to the, I don't know, the OMB or somewhere. But I think we need to know that Joe Schmo, asked for a minor variance and got it or didn't get it or whatever. I think that's information that should flow to the other members of council from staff. Is that possible? It's a public process, right?
It's actually, I think, required to be public information under the Planning Act. In most larger municipalities, you could go and look up and see all the applications for adjustments and what happened to them, even if you're not somebody who would have been circularized or given the opportunity to object and then participated in an appeal to the Land Tribunal. But
through you, Your Worship,
I still think it is normally on the public website.
Yeah, I was going to say, through you, Your Worship, we can certainly get you that information. I think that council would typically receive those minutes in in any case in your agenda, but I'd have to verify that with Paula.
All it needs is an email with a link or something, right? Because
There's
I don't
also-
wake up in the morning and say committee of adjustment and go through the website and try to find it and say, oh, there was a meeting last month. There isn't very many. I was on the committee of adjustment years ago, and I think in 4-year term we had 2 or 3, right? But I think there's a little more now. So how many are there? How many do we know how many a year, Brian, that you attend?
Our
There's a
planning
few,
assistant is on the call, I think, and she could maybe answer this question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr.
Well,
Mayor. Yeah, it's around 3 or 4 applications we get
a year?
in a year. Yeah, last year was about around 4,
Okay, good.
higher than the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could it be possible, I think Nigel spoke to it, all the other, we'll call it committees and stuff, and other agencies, their minutes, I'll call it, are just put into the agenda packages. Maybe all it can be is, whatever decisions have been done are simply put into our agenda packages under other committees, if you know where I'm coming from. And the question I had is, why isn't this a 4-year term like many others? Why is it that this has to be done on a yearly basis? Just curious.
Through you, Your Worship, I think we had the same discussion last year. It's a legislative requirement that it's done yearly.
Perfect. Thanks, Nigel. Yeah, I would have forgotten that. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we also do get some of the information about the minor variances when it comes to the CBO's reporting to us, right? He lets us know in his reports how many minor variances there were, new buildings, right? New permits pulled or.
He is often the one who actually triggers the application for the minor variance.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of this motion, please.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Woods, you are appointed. Okay, one more item under business matters, and this is simply notice of a seminar that is being offered, or workshop, I guess is the right word. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the Navigating Conflict as an Elected Official workshop information. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by.
I'll second.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Oh, Councillor Bray got there first, so I think. Anyway, it's moved and seconded. Discussion?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, when I looked at it, I thought, well, this is kind of appropriate. And certainly we've had our times on this council, but anyway, where we have had conflict. And then I thought, well, maybe I'd like to go to that. The cost is $330 and a cancellation fee of $75. And then I looked, March the 4th, which is the first day of the course, we have a council meeting. Or a budget meeting or something. So we can't really do it, right? Unless we move the March 4th meeting if someone wants to go to. Similar to what we did with Roma, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, could we not? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just see where it says below the 4th and 5th dates that there's group rates. Right? Could we not contact them and put one on for all of us? Kind of idea? I don't see this as a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. On page 171. It says $330 plus HST per session, individual registration only. For group rates, contact events at amo.on.ca.
Yeah.
Right? And this kind of gets back to, I know we spoke to this a little bit at the beginning of this term where we were
Yep.
trying to, talk to a consultant and work out some of the issues that we've had on council, right? I think this might be a good idea.
And it's only mornings, 10 till 12:30.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if we could have, if for $1,000 or something, they would do it to all of council as a training session. It could be like a training session.
And it
Yeah.
could be all day.
Well, it could be one day, yeah, 4
Yeah.
hours or something, yeah.
Yeah, you could probably do it all together or
Yeah,
do it
could
in
could
2
could
evenings if
staff
that
look
was-
into that? I think it's a good idea, Councillor Woods.
Yeah, I agree.
Through you, Your Worship, we can reach out to them and see if that's a possibility and also look at some scheduling for you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. So can we pass the motion then, please?
Yeah.
Just to receive it?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to section 12 of our agenda, which is correspondence. And if you look at the last page, you will see a couple of, it's page 6 of the, it's actually not the last page, it's page 6. The correspondence is at the end, but the list is on page 6. There are several that relate to what's going on at Canada Post affecting interlibrary book loans, and probably should have asked Eva about that earlier, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what that is all is, but then there are some other ones. Do any of those, well, here. I'll put the motion first and then we'll populate the list and see if any of those are of interest to you to talk about. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 6 of the January 21st, 2026 council meeting agenda, now therefore be it resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. I get a mover and seconder?
I'll move.
Councillor Bray moves, seconded by
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Okay, so do you now want to identify ones that you want to talk about or ask about, or?
Yeah, I would like to talk about F, the Whitestone Conservation Association
Okay.
Food Cycler Program.
Any others?
Aye, Mr. Mayor, the one regarding the schools. There's
Aye. Very sound, yeah. Those three. What did they say? Extricating, yes. I guess that's what it would be, extricating. WPS from NNDSB. Anything else? Okay, then that's our list. So first item was number F about the food recycling. Councillor Bray.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is a program that is, I have been in contact with the Food Cycler company when I was back in the Environmental Stewardship Committee and had extensive discussions. They have contacted or working with the WCA in terms of what the possibilities are. The WCA has money from their bingo that they want to put into a some kind of a environmental project. This project, if you read the letter, you would know that Margaret Daly Plouffe had a demo model. And if we'd had the meeting in person, I would have brought it so I could have showed it to everybody. But anyways, it's a system where you put all your recycling food and things like that in it, and in about 8 hours it breaks it all down to like a powder. So she had it at her place, at her cottage here. I went and had a good look at it. She then left it with me. I have it right now till February when she returns to the cottage, and then she'll return it to the company in Ottawa. This is a really interesting program because there are a lot of people who are very fearful of composting due to animals and smells and things like that. And this program provides a way of composting all of your vegetable produce, fruit and vegetable produce, but it also does small chicken bones and small bones and shellfish and things like that, and reduces it to something you can use in your garden. This program, I'm going to leave it for them. I'm sure they're going to come back with either a presentation or something. If not, I'll give you more information, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention. This is a really good program. It will help to divert some of the food waste that goes into our landfill if we get the number of people to participate in it. It is a pilot project in that for the 12 weeks or whatever it is, the person has to record how many cycles of the food cycler they use, so that they can calculate how much was diverted. I think this is a good program. I myself, we compost a lot, so we wouldn't be using it in the summertime probably, but right now when it's cold or whatever, we don't have to go out to the compost bin. We just have to go to the basement and put it in, and usually we do it overnight, and in the morning it's all done. It's a really good program. Anyways, I just wanted to bring it to your attention that we'll probably have more information coming back to you, and also probably an ask for some support with this program as well. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Janice. Thanks for your discussion on it. And I think recycling is an important topic. I think people have different ideas sometimes, but overall, recycling is something we as a municipality should do much better on, from the recycling of our branches to be used as mulch somewhere instead of just burying in the dump, to setting up, I'll call it a green bin process, accepting recyclable waste like that at the landfill and having it go somewhere, pushing composting. I know a lot of municipalities give out kind of a rectangular shaped composter that people can put outside. And yeah, you might draw some animals, but you might draw animals from other things too. That's what I'd like to see as a municipality, is more practicing the recycling by composting or us taking it at the landfill than the food cycler program. The drawback I see to the food cycler is it does very small amounts, but we talk about energy efficiency, and instead of taking something and putting in a compost outside and letting it biodegrade in a natural way with animals and pests, which you have a lot of organic to, you're dehydrating it down to what I'll call like a peat moss, with very little nutrition left in it because it's been dehydrated, from what I know. And I could be wrong on that, but that's what I understand. But then you go and plug it in. So instead of letting nature take its course outside, you plug it in and you're using electricity. So it kind of defeats some of the purpose of energy efficiency. And if we're pushing energy efficiency as a municipality, but go and plug this item in instead of doing it with no electricity the way Mother Nature intended it to be done. So I support Whitestone Conservation doing it through a pilot program for them and anybody that wants to do it. I think it's a great thing that an individual can do should they choose to, just like somebody else could compost. I wouldn't be for donating money to a program like that, because I think there's other ways that we as a municipality could do it without costing electricity. Even though it doesn't take much, I think it's something like running a computer or something like that, but it still draws power. But I think it's a great initiative for Whitestone Conservation. Great to see that they're using some funds they collected from bingo to do it. I wish them all the best in it. And everybody that uses it, I think it's great for those individuals as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anything else about this program?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm glad because, I had communicated with the Whitestone Conservation people a couple of years ago saying that, you do all this bingo and you do really good work, and my wife schedules all the volunteers, which takes a lot of time, believe me. And then you go buy a chair for the nurse's station or donate somewhere, or a chair for the library or whatever, when you should be using your funds for exactly what your constitution and reason for existing is, right? So I'm really glad that at least this year they're taking the funds they have and thinking about initiatives. I don't know much about what they're talking about, but someone did tell me that these units are about $500. Is that true or not? Janice, sorry.
Councilor Bray?
Yeah, I can talk to that. Yes, the smaller one of the food cyclers is 500, but that's not the cost that would be part of this program. The larger one is 800. Again, it's not the cost of this program because this organization or this company has got grants from the federal government, and so it brings the cost down. And if they're willing as an organization to put some money into it, then it brings it down even further. And our amount of money that if we do participate in this program, which I think, when you've got a group that does this kind of work in our community, it's good to support them. I would suggest that it would also bring it down even further for individuals to purchase one of these. And as far as
I'm not done yet, but thank you for that.
No,
thank you for that information. Seems like a lot of money. But anyway, that's up to them and what they want to do. I can tell you what we do in the condominium here. There's 56 units, and a lot of people have a little thing that they put their eggshells and other things in, and then they, when it's full, they take it downstairs to the first parking level where all the recycling bins are, and there's a brown bin down there, and they simply put it in there, and then we put it out to the road, and somebody takes it, right?
But
it's $600 or $500 or $800. So again, I'm not trying to be any kind of expert here, but why wouldn't we just have those little inexpensive things that people put them in, and when they go to the landfill site every week, they put it into a little bin at the landfill site and give it to a farmer to put in his field or something. So I guess it's just a thought that's in my mind. So which is far simpler and doesn't cost $500 or $600 or $300 or whatever. The only other point I'd like to make is the company that sells them is a private company, right? And they may have grants, but it's a private for-profit company. So, because this came up a couple years ago, sorry,
Yes, it did.
Yeah, it did.
This came up a couple years ago and was discussed, as I recall. So thank you.
Just to, through you, Mr. Mayor, just to, the programs that are in the cities, the big cities, they are part of huge, big incinerator, composter type programs that cost a heck of a lot of money. It's not just that it goes somewhere and is put in a pile. It's actually goes to a treatment type plant where the compost, all of that material is then composted through a process, and then it's available for different things for the parks and recs and or parks, and also for individual people to come in and get some for their gardens and things like that. But it's a huge process. I know of places and people who participate in that, and it's not something that we could do in terms of one municipality. If so, this is a system that a lot of small municipalities have done and used for their residents, and it does show that it does help with the landfill. But anyways, we can discuss it further at another time.
Okay,
Sure.
thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Woods.
I do recall this program. I think it was Councillor Gora Matthews brought this up last term, and then we spoke about it again this term. I think Benjamin John told us a little bit about it. When you see these units, they are, you know, a cool looking little unit. It looks like a bread maker, basically, for the smaller unit. I know this because I know some people that have them. And I understand that, you know, some people might like it, might think it's a good idea, and it could work for some. My personal opinion is, just from the experiences that I've had with people who have it, is it's more of a novelty item, in all honesty. It's, I got, you know, personal close relations, we'll say, that have them and got them through programs provided through townships here in the district, where they only paid $150 for the unit. They successfully used it for about 2 weeks, and it's been sitting on a shelf in the garage for 5 years. And that's where most of them are. The smaller unit doesn't handle a heck of a lot, draws about the same amount of power as your home computer being plugged in. And I don't know. I think that composting 100% is a very good thing. You know, soil building exercises, I call them, which is why during the landfill committee, I tried to push to have our brush pile free and clean of any other type of debris, and our leaves to go there, because that would be a natural compost pile. And we could have put household waste in there, and we could have provided small green bins. But we were told by staff at the day that it didn't make sense for us to do that. I still don't understand why it doesn't make sense, because the garbage is still going into the dump, regardless of what section we put it in, and it breaks down naturally. It turns into compost. And I've heard the arguments about, you know, animals will come to your yard, or animals will come to the dump when you have, you know, food materials and compost bins. But the reality is that's the natural way that composting happens. Because if the animals come and pick away at our garbage, and the birds pick at what we were told is putrescible waste, they then go to the bathroom, and that's compost. It's soil building throughout the forest and all over the place. And I've heard from people say, you know, I don't want to compost because I don't want the bears to come in my yard. But the bears will come in your yard if you have a barbecue. Nobody pressure washes a barbecue every time they use it. The bear, if he decides to meander through the area, he will flip your lid and lick your barbecue clean. I had it happen once here in 10 years, and we've had bears a couple of times now because my neighbors got beehives, right? And they're attracted to the honeycombs. But I have 3 compost bins in my yard, and I haven't had any major issues with animals, not any more than what we all have every single day of our lives with animals walking through our properties. I mean, to me, this is This would be more of something I would see somebody living in an apartment unit that has, small garden beds on their balcony or potted plants, and they want to do their part and reduce their household food waste, and they use that unit to sprinkle throughout their potted plants and their vegetables in small scenarios. But even, we got compost bins, we're going to sprinkle them throughout our vegetable gardens. Those same vegetable gardens that's what the bears and the raccoons and the animals that are apparent pests are going to come, right? We live in a place where there is a heck of a lot of wildlife and animals, and we shouldn't be worried about the animals coming around just simply because someone's going to compost outside.
Okay, well, anyway, I think we've kind of exhausted this subject. Could we move on to the next one? This was the town of Parry Sound specific motion with respect to Parry Sound being part of NNDSB, and this motion seeks to undo, I'm guessing, to undo things and put them back the way they were before the amalgamation that took place, I don't know, probably, what was it, 15 years ago or maybe more. Anyway, Councillor Woods, you wanted to talk about this one?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'd spoke with our deputy clerk about this, and I did attend that meeting that was over in Carling when all the representatives were there talking about what was happening with the new school build. And the messaging that I got from everybody was that we wanted to be disconnected from North Bay and have what Parry Sound used to have. I discussed it with the deputy clerk, and she put together a motion here to try and get us our own school board for the Parry Sound district. But I noticed here that that would be our first choice, or partnering up with the South Simcoe, Muskoka District School Board. I think this is something that, from talking to people in the area that have been here longer than me, right, and even people that are my age that went to school here, that now have kids going to high school and whatnot, the feeling is that the Parry Sound area and the kids in Parry Sound are the ones that have been losing out the most. And a school board just for us would be, in my opinion, and a lot of people's opinion, the best direction for Parry Sound to go.
Okay, thanks. This might be an opportunity. I haven't, Councillor and I just, as I mentioned previously, just got back from Roma, and we haven't had an opportunity to put together a report for you, but we will. I can maybe give you a little bit more information about things that have happened since this whole thing started. And this is not directly related to the subject of extricating West Parry Sound from the Near North District School Board. But since back in December, the minister himself came to Parry Sound, and he actually spent 2 days here. And this has since been reported in the media, so I'm not telling you anything confidential. But he did, by the way, agree to a meeting with representatives, with the heads of council of the 7 municipalities in West Parry Sound, and that meeting did take place. And in it, he basically said, "Okay, I'm going to personally get involved in all of this and try to figure out what's going on, and I will keep you." He promised to keep the that group informed on a regular basis, which was a change from his initial position, which was, "Hey, this is a school board matter. Why are you municipal leaders getting involved in it, and so he did change his tune. And I'm personally, I'll say I'm satisfied that he's taking the matter seriously. Anyway, he spent 2 days in Parry Sound. And the first day he looked at the new school, and he was accompanied by officials from Parry Sound, but not any of the rest of us were on that junket. And they took a look at the school, and they found a number of deficiencies in the new. This is the new school. So then that was on a Thursday, and then on the Friday he came and he took a look at the existing high school, and what he said to us was basically, this is a terrible learning environment, the existing high school. And as you perhaps know, they had a shutdown a week ago. Say a week ago. Yeah, it was last week. They shut down for a day because they had problems with the sewer backing up. And that problem, that's not a new problem. That happened in the old school before they started building the new school, they had problems like that. But so what he said he was going to do was he is going to look into what they were going to do about these deficiencies. And he also promised, and there hasn't been a follow-up on this, that he would arrange for us, that is the heads of council, to go and take a look at the new school, because apparently there's parts of it that are quite nice and things that it's been nicely designed and whatever. Anyway, they have since, he then since in January came out and said, look, it's not going to open until the fall. And then the next thing that we heard just this week was that they have terminated the contract with the contractor because of deficiencies. And I won't get into what they are, but there's a whole lot of things that in the current contractor. So that's where the focus on the effort is going right now, is on trying to get that done. I think the most telling thing that he said in one of the meetings that I listened to that I participated in was that it became apparent after the fact, and it's interesting. You should know that he basically said, we, the ministry, have to accept responsibility for that, because we gave you a bunch of money. We gave the Near North District School Board a bunch of money and said, go build this school. And they ought to have known that the Near North District School Board, unlike larger boards in this Southern Ontario, don't build schools very often and don't have the capability to manage a school building project. So that's how this whole thing got out of whack, right? Anyway, there is a new director of education for the board. But the minister was asked by everybody to look at three things. One of them was, how do we get the board to work properly? The second thing was, how do we get this? Or I guess the first thing was, how do we get the high school mega school back on track? Second thing was, what about the feeder schools and the use of portables? So the whole capacity issue. The third thing was, what about the discrepancies between what the students in West Parry Sound are getting versus what the students in Nipissing are getting, East Parry Sound and Nipissing getting, and anyway, so this particular one, I guess, is really, in a sense, dealing with that issue, which is this particular motion that Parry Sound has passed. Parry Sound, by the way, did have a delegation with the minister. He wasn't in any of the minister's forums at Roma, but they had a delegation with him, representatives of Parry Sound Council. And they're basically just holding his feet to the fire on those things that I mentioned to you. So no, there was none of the other municipalities participated in it, at least not that I know of. But it was he did meet with them, so he is being responsible and is taking the matter seriously. Anyway, that's just a little bit of background information for you to sort of bring you up to date on what's happening. I expect that we will hear more. But they're taking a pretty hard line on the McDougall school. I think their position is we've already given it away and you're not getting it back. Now it'll be used by this board for the balance of this year. What will happen in 2027, I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
So that's I just wanted to give you a little bit of update on, so you're kind of up to date on all the things. It is a rapidly moving target, let's say, this subject.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I thought they said maybe I read it wrong, that they were going to actually rip the school down and build a new one for next September. Is there any truth to that?
Are you talking about McDougall or are you talking about the mega school?
I'm talking about the mega school.
No, the ripping down is they are removing some of the exterior brick cladding. It has to be rebuilt. And the reason it has to be rebuilt is that the air gap, and this is a code violation, by the way, the air gap between the brick itself and the next layer is not consistent, and this can cause mold and fires and water leakage and all kinds of things. And I actually have been involved in forensic investigation of buildings where that happened, and the only solution is to tear down where you find that that's the case. You have to tear the bricks off and redo the brickwork, and I think that is one of the reasons. I don't know how much is involved, but there was one whole wall was like that apparently.
Yeah, too much detail for me. So
sorry.
The question here is, are we going to support this motion or are we not going to support it? And if so, I guess, do we direct staff to bring something back at the next meeting?
Well, I want to let other people speak to this. I will just give you my answer. I mean, what is the real problem? Is it
well, just hold on, Mr. Mayor.
The real problem,
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt you. You
Yeah.
spoke for 8 or 9 minutes on a topic, okay? Then I simply asked a question. You said, I want to hear from other people. Then you started to talk again. That didn't
All right, we'll hear for the other people. I just want to.
I know you're passionate about this, but come on, we got to follow the rules.
All right, go ahead.
I don't have
Other
anything
people,
to
somebody
say.
else. No.
Hi. Hi.
How's-
My only question about this is is if the second choice is joining Simcoe Muskoka and the minister says, well, no, you can't have your own board, is joining Simcoe Muskoka any better than what we already have? So I don't know how they function. I don't know what the representation is. I think what we have a problem is that the District of Parry Sound doesn't have a fair representation on the board.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give any time I have over to Councillor Woods. He's the one that pulled this up, and I think he said he had a motion coming. So I'll give Brian all the time I have for him to talk about why he pulled this in more detail in the motion that he proposes. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Woods.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I flipped my screen there and was trying to fix it. Yeah, I just in talking to the deputy clerk, she help put something together here. I know the town of Perry Sound had put in that if we don't get our own, then we could be partnered up with Simcoe Muskoka. What I remember from the meeting where everybody was represented and there was the parents group and there was, you know, some news reporters there over in Nobel. Everybody, all the municipal representatives that I saw at that meeting said, we want our own school board back. I know the town of Perry Sound passed a motion that they put in the second choice of Simcoe Muskoka. What would be better with Simcoe Muskoka as opposed to North Bay? Personally, I don't know. But I know the feeling of many of the parents and a heck of a lot of people in Perry Sound and in all of the area is we want our own school board back. And if me personally, although this is written that Simcoe is in here, I would leave that part out and just say that we want a Perry Sound school board back. I mean, for me, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this because you do know a lot of the things that I've done when it comes to construction. That project, I drive by it regularly because my kid's mom lives just in behind it. And I shake my head every other weekend, at minimum every other weekend, at what's been going on at that school. And the ones that are losing out are the kids. The next generation here in Perry Sound, they're the ones that are losing out. We all pay taxes. It goes to, you know, school board and education. But ultimately, the kids are the ones that are suffering. And the kids are the ones that are going to make this area better when we're all dead and gone. So we need to do what we can to promote a good learning environment where these kids can thrive. And if that's we want ours, then we should ask. If all the communities say that, we should be asking the minister. And I'm not trying to, you know, pick a fight with anybody or say that somebody didn't do their job. But at the end of the day, we need to do whatever we have to support the next generation here. And if, to me, that's asking for our own school board again. And, you know, from a building construction standpoint, when I drove by and I look and they're ripping all the brick facing off, I shook my head and thought, this is insanity because, you know, the exterior of the building was almost up and now they're ripping windows out and taking brick down and looking at lintels and beams. And it's absolute insanity to me. And I mean, when not to beat on the contractor, but right next door at the swimming pool build, you literally have one of the best contractors in the province when it comes to building schools with Ball Construction. And it's unfortunate that they didn't bid on it or get the chance to bid on it, or because they are, and I can speak from personal experience working on Ball Construction sites years ago down south, they are an amazing builder when it comes to building schools. So I would like, I mean, there's a motion written here in our blue pages. I would leave out the second choice, although that's what the town of Perry Sound asked for. Because it might come that, you know, they say, no, sorry, Perry Sound, you're not getting your own, but you'd have to partner up with somebody. And if then the discussion was had, well, we'll go to Simcoe Muskoka rather than the North Bay area, then that's what happens. But I would like to see something where the municipalities around here are asking for a Perry Sound school board once again. Thanks for the time, Mr. Mayor.
No problem at all. Anybody else want to speak on this? If not, I will simply finish the sentence that I was about to say, which is that you know, if you ask what's the problem, the problem started, of course, when what was the West Perry Sound School Board merged with to be part of the Near North District School Board. Did that necessarily have to result in the current situation? No, it didn't, but it was not structured properly. And it did not receive proper provincial oversight either, which the minister acknowledged in the previous meeting. I heard him acknowledge that. I thought he wasn't going to, but he did. So, because they knew there was problems, they didn't do anything about it, right? If we were to merge with another bigger school board we would still be a small player, and it would have to be structured in such a way that the needs of Parry Sound and the ability of Parry Sound, West Parry Sound, to pay for those needs is some fair apportionment is figured out. So, but I have no problem personally, just to cut to the chase here, I have no problem with saying, okay, this, why don't you just fit it back the way it was and give us our own school board? Do I think they're going to do it? No, but there's nothing wrong with asking for that at this stage. And I'm very much concerned that we don't lose focus on the underlying structural inequities and weaknesses in the current system, because we're so focused on trying to get this school opened up in people's lifetime, like, so I'm happy to endorse what Parry Sound has said, or if you want to take a bit out of it, that's fine too. About the resolution and not refer to Simcoe Muskoka. But it's we will have to keep the pressure on, I think, until we get a resolution. There's also, I mentioned the capacity issue that still has to be dealt with.
Yeah. Anyway, we beat this to death. Can we have staff come back with a resolution at the next meeting supporting our, having our own separate school board, I guess, or whatever? It's not going to happen. But I guess we can join in, I guess, if we need to, if that's the will of council, because we could go on for an hour on this.
All right. So are you content not to put the motion that is in the agenda package when we come back then? Is that what council wishes to do?
What's the motion?
Well, there is a motion that simply endorses what Parry Sound said. We would do it when we come out of this discussion. But
is Councillor Woods okay with that?
That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the request by the town of Parry Sound to extricate West Parry Sound municipalities from the Near North District School Board, and as a first choice, reinstate the West Parry Sound District School Board, with a second choice of joining with the Simcoe Muskoka District School Board, and that this resolution be copied to MPP Muskoka, MPP Graydon Smith. So that's the motion that Parry Sound passed, basically.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as a first choice, if it was up to me, I would stroke out the as a first choice, and then stroke out with a second choice of joining the Simcoe Muskoka District School Board, and see where it goes. That'd be us asking for our own school board back again. Maybe it goes nowhere, but I think all the municipalities here, from what I heard at that meeting in Nobel, and we owe it to everybody for us to stand up and say something. We might not get exactly what we want, but at least we tried to do our part.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Brian, I don't think you can do that because you can't quote, "We support the Parry Sound resolution," and then change it, right? So we can have a separate one that says, we want, just our own school board, if that's what you want. And maybe staff brings that back, or I guess we can wordsmith today's, motion and say it's our own motion, right?
Yeah, up to you. I just want to make sure
you
that
can quote them, right, and say we're in support of their motion, and then amend their motion.
Well, I'm not sure what does, or could maybe staff indicate, or Mr. Mayor, has any other of our townships neighboring us passed similar motions other than the town of Parry Sound?
I
can't honestly say. There have been motions that have come from McDougall, but they also go heavily into the issue of capacity and what specifically happens to the two McDougall schools. So they are pressuring the minister to say, okay, what are you going to do about, you can't force all our people to go into Parry Sound, all of our students to go into, including elementary students, to go into Parry Sound to a mega school and be accommodated in portables, which is what the plan is.
Through
There isn't
you,
enough capacity.
Through you, Your Worship, if I could, our understanding from discussions with the clerk in the town of Parry Sound is that the other municipalities in the area have supported this resolution by Parry Sound, and they were waiting. I believe we're the last one that they were looking to hear back from.
Well, then pass it as is.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd say let's just pass it as is.
Yeah, I'll move it then, Mr. Mayor. We can just see if we get a seconder and we'll vote on it then and make things quicker.
Okay, well,
Thanks for the time, Mr. Mayor.
First, what we'll do is we'll just, if you don't mind, we'll just have a vote on accepting the correspondence. Can we do that?
I'm
All
okay.
those in favor, and then we'll get a mover and seconder for that motion.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Councillors Lamb and Bray are good by the sound of it with passing it the way it is, are you?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So am I. All right. Oh, sorry, that's not passing it the way it is. Sorry, we're just receiving the correspondence. Getting ahead of myself. All right. I read you the motion. I'll read it again. It's that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the request by the town of Parry Sound to extricate West Parry Sound municipalities from the Near North District School Board, and as a first choice, reinstate the West Parry Sound District School Board, with a second choice of joining with the Simcoe Muskoka District School Board, and that this resolution be copied to Parry Sound Muskoka MPP Graydon Smith.
I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Woods.
I'll second it.
Councillor Lamb seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
I'd like to thank everybody for that.
You are welcome, sir. Okay, so that brings us, going back to our sort of main agenda here, that brings us to, what is it? Matters rising we've done. Councillor items.
I got a couple, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm sure everybody knows about the absolute volume of snowfall that we've had in this last little while. And I just wanted to say thank you very much to the roads crew and staff for keeping our roads as clear as they have been. They're plowed very well for the amount of snow that we've had, and I know they've been working really, really hard. So I just wanted to make sure that they got a little bit of recognition, because it's been a hard one the past 4 or 5 days up here with snowfall. And another one, I mentioned it earlier when we talked about our strategic plan about our new brick and mortar style business and us celebrating those types of things. And I really hope that we will have something this coming spring, summer season to recognize that we do have, although it might be small, we do have a small marina that has just opened up, and it's a new business. And I think we should do what we can to promote and celebrate when we have opportunities like that. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just on that, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are other businesses that I can think of over the last couple of years that have opened up. For instance, there's a plumbing company on Canning Road called JC Curry Plumbing, or JC Plumbing North, that's doing a lot of work in the north. They can't get people to work. They need plumbers. They're bringing them up. There's another one that we could celebrate, even though it's 2 years, they're here. They're an employer. So that's a second one. And if we think there's probably two or three more that have opened up that we could also do. So just to piggyback on what Councillor Wood said.
And,
Okay.
and through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a few items I'd like to bring up if I could.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank
ahead.
you. So, my first one is, as I mentioned in the meeting earlier today, that my goal, along with Councillor Woods, is to bring forward, if we can, a quick little memo for the February meeting. If not, it'll probably be March, just about a standard operating procedure and standard forms to use for certain items when people are requesting information or submitting information. Also, I'd spoken with the CAO, and there's a little mix-up, but I believe for next month we're going to have the fees and charges bylaw, just going over fees for the upcoming year, be it from building inspection fees to fees for disposal at the landfill. I also wanted to take this time to thank the roads crew for all the work, and I understand, I think they've recently used the grader this winter to push back some of the banks, or they're starting to do that. Also, one item that I forgot to bring up earlier today in the strategic plan comments, so I'll just bring it up here, is there'd been discussion about reviewing our insurance policies, our broker and insurance providers, before it got renewed, and I believe that was missed last year. So hopefully that staff can take that back, and before it renews this year, we can go, I'll say, go shopping, either with our broker or for broker and for insurance companies, to make sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck and the lowest rates and best coverages. That's all of my comments I have under councillor comment. Thank you.
I have one, Mr.
you.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been up there because of Cass' shoulder replacement. Hopefully I'm coming up tomorrow, and we'll be up there for a month or so, I hope. But anyway, is the Twist property, is the parking lot there being plowed? Who's going to answer that? Hello?
I'm not sure if, through you, Your Worship, I'm not sure, to be honest with you, but I think Mike is still on the call.
Yeah,
so
he's here.
He is.
He just
Yeah, Mike, is it being plowed, the parking lot?
Through you, Your Worship, right now, no. If you'd like it, it's a 2-second job. We can have her done.
Okay, so my point is this. We have a snowmobile club. We have a trail right there by the school where people can access it. I would like to see it plowed, and then I would like it to be put on the website that, you know, you can bring in a snowmobile attached to a trailer, obviously, and park there. Because there will be people that mostly be day trips, right? They're not going to, you know, and also let the snowmobile club, both Cramadog and Dynamic, which is, you know, McKellar and Magnetawan and that sort of area, let both of them know that if people are on our trails, that they can park there, and you know, that's using our property properly. And again, we have to stress that they just can't leave their trailer there for the winter, but that it has to be attached to a trailer. But for years, we've had no or very little parking in the Dunchurch area where they access the trail. There's another one where they access it off Farley's, but again, there's not very much parking there. So I'd like to see that occur. I don't know whether people have a problem or whether there's issues with that, but okay, that's my only issue that I have.
If that's not an issue with anyone else, we can have that done lickety split. Like tomorrow, we can have it plowed, and if we can get a message out, then it can be out too. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Lamb, I was just down the very end of Farley's at the launch there, and I can tell you that Mike and the crew have done a fantastic job because there is plenty of parking down there. That open area, after
Oh, good.
we had put some more material down to widen up, it's a massive area. So it'll be a good
Perfect.
spot for people to park.
Well, we could let that be known on our website and again, tell the clubs because they'll post something on Facebook so people know. And again, it's part of, I think it's part of economic development, right? People come in and they obviously spend money, whether it's at the restaurant at the Duck Rock there or other places. I guess we don't have too many others in Whitestone, but gas and things like that at the Duck Rock. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other councillor items? No, don't hear any. Okay. Questions from the public. Are there any members of the public on the call? And I
Don't
do
see
not
any.
see any. So I think we will say none for that one. With that, we can move into closed session to deal with a couple of what I think will be brief items. Mover and seconder, please, that this meeting be adjourned into a closed session meeting for the following matters. 15.1 is the closed session minutes of the regular council meeting of December 16th, 2025. And 15.2 is advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege under section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act, and it's an update regarding the from our CAO clerk regarding the West Parry Sound Recreational and Cultural Center. So I get a mover and seconder, please, to go in camera.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Lamb seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried, and it is 3:33 p.m. So with that, I guess what we will do is we can turn off the recording. 3:41 p.m. It is 3:41 p.m. and we are now resuming our regular meeting. And we have a few motions here to finish up the business. Matters arising from the closed session. 15.1. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting minutes of Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. Mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Councillor Bray, seconded by
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. All those in favor of those minutes?
Councillor
Woods,
Nash,
yes.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I got you there. That's carried. And did we have a confirmatory bylaw resolution, Madam Deputy Clerk? Have I misplaced it or?
We should. I think that was one that I did remember to include.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see what happened. I'm getting ahead of myself. There is a motion for 15.2. And I don't know. I guess we can do this in open session. It's the motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the update from CAO Clerk Black regarding the West Parry Sound Recreation and Cultural Center. So
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
all right, Councillor
I'll
Woods
second.
moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. All those in favor of that one?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Now, a confirmatory bylaw, I see. That bylaw number 07-2026 being the confirmatory bylaw for the regular council budget, regular council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on January 21st, 2026 is hereby enacted this 21st day of January 2026. Need a mover
I'll
and
move,
second.
I'll move,
Counselor
Mr. Mayor.
Woods? Oh, okay. Counselor Nash, did you move?
No, that was me, Councilor
Oh,
Woods.
okay. So Counselor Woods
I'll
is
second.
moving,
I'll second.
and you're seconding, Counselor Nash. All right, thank you. All those in favor?
Councilor Woods, yes.
Councilor Nash, yes.
Okay, and finally, last but not least, a motion to adjourn, please.
I'll move.
Counselor Ray. Seconded by
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Woods. So whereas the business of this meeting has concluded, now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 3:45 p.m. until the regular council budget meeting of Monday, February 9th, 2026 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor?
Councilor Woods, yes.
Okay, and Counselor Nash?
Oh, sorry, Councilor Nash, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.